Good evening, everybody. It is Monday, March 21st. Oops, hold on. Monday, March 21st, 2022. 7:46 p.m. This meeting is being live streamed as well as recorded for storage and viewing. This meeting is being live streamed as well as recorded for viewing on our district website. The public can participate during the hearings of individuals and delegates by signing up at a sheet at the front desk or signing up for audio or written public speaks using the BOE questions form on our website. Adequate written notice of this meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education has been sent to both townships and village clerks, the Star Ledger, the News Record, tapintasoma.net, and the Village Green. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Burnside, please note for the record that Board Member Siders notified that she would be unable to attend this evening, and also note that Board Member Wright may need to leave early this evening. And with that, can you please call the roll?
Board Member Susan Bergen.
Here.
Board President Thayer Joshua.
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Student Representative Noah Moros.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to hold this meeting in a hybrid format. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Wingfield. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside, I'd like to make a motion to move the minutes for our executive session on and general session on February 24th, as well as special session February 28th. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Whitletter. All in favor? Again, that appears to be unanimous. Mr. Burnside. All right, and now we'll go to our board recognitions, and I'll turn it over to our student representative, Noah Morris.
All right, so we're going to start, as we usually do our meetings, with the student and staff recognitions. So the first one here, the South Orange Maplewood School District is pleased to announce that 10 high school Columbia students have been selected as finalists in the annual National Merit Scholarship Program. The National Merit Scholarship Program, yeah, we can clap it up. Yeah. The National Merit Scholarship Corporation honors students who show exceptional academic ability and potential success in rigorous college studies. Finalists will compete for one of 2,500 National Merit $2,500 scholarships, as well as other merit scholarship opportunities, which will be announced in late spring. Among the academically talented high school seniors named as finalists were 10 students from Columbia High School: Ella Rose J. Servey, Aiden P. Cunningham, Dylan K. Gill, Aaron K. Glassman, Sydney C. Manion, Jaden Park, Courtney Bailey Plaza, Calliope Maria Reeves, Cole J. Strupp, and Iman K. Zubieta. Yeah. So next we have congratulations to Sydney Manion, CHS class of 2022, who received the National African American Recognition Award from the College Board National Recognition Program. Students earn this recognition because of their academic achievements in school and outstanding performance on the PSAT, PSAT 10, and/or AP exams. They've accomplished these milestones during an immensely demanding period of their high school career. Congratulations to CHS senior Cole J. Strupp, who was chosen as a semifinalist candidate for the 2022 U.S. Presidential Scholars Program. The U.S. Presidential Scholars Program was established in 1964 by executive order of the President to recognize and honor some of our nation's most distinguished graduating high school seniors. In 1979, the program was extended to recognize students who demonstrate exceptional talent in the visual, creative, and performing arts. In 2015, the program was again extended to recognize students who demonstrate ability and accomplishment in career and technical education fields. Each year, up to 161 students are named as presidential scholars, and one of the nation's highest honors for high school students. In April, the Commission on Presidential Scholars will review the semifinalist pool, and in June, the final selection of the 161 U.S. Presidential Scholars will be announced, and students will be awarded the U.S. Presidential Scholars Medallion. Congratulations to CHS sophomore Trisad Clark, who is elected to be the Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership Program Ambassador for CHS. HOBY is an organization dedicated to training and nurturing the young leaders of tomorrow. HOBY's flagship program, the State Leadership Seminar, is designed to help high school sophomores to recognize their leadership talents and apply them to become more effective, ethical leaders in their home, school, workplace, and community. Selected students will attend our 3 or 4-day seminars and participate in hands-on learning leadership activities, meet leaders in their state, and explore their own personal leadership skills while learning how to lead others and make positive impact in their community. All right. Congratulations to CHS junior Alexis Hom-Oo, who was selected as the 2022 New Jersey Scholars Program finalist. The New Jersey Scholars Program is a tuition-free 5-week summer program for rising seniors in any high school in New Jersey. The mission of the New Jersey Scholars Program is to provide New Jersey's rising high school seniors of extraordinary demonstrated academic potential with a free, ungraded, diverse, inclusive, and residential interdisciplinary learning environment that shapes critical thinking, writing, and research skills. It stimulates a desire for a long life of learning and fosters lasting interpersonal connections. All right. Congratulations to CHS junior Jonathan Barnett, who was chosen as a 2022 Dwight D. Eisenhower Leadership Award recipient. The West Point Society of New Jersey, an organization of the United States Military Academy, graduates and friends of West Point living in New Jersey sponsors the Dwight D. Eisenhower Leadership Award, recognizing outstanding high school students in New Jersey. The award is designed to honor exceptional juniors who have demonstrated outstanding attributes of character, service, and leadership. By publicly acknowledging these students' accomplishments, this award will send a clear message to all students on the importance of these attributes in both school and society. Congratulations to CHS senior Maya Curran and CHS junior Jesslyn Arrow on the presentation of their final science research papers, which were both presented to an external audience. Both students participated in CHS's science research program, which is a 3-year course where students first learn about research and a research area that really interests them, and then begin a more focused research lab experience on their own more focused topic by junior and senior years that culminates into a final paper/presentation. Jesslyn Arrow is in year 2 of our science research program at CHS. She had her poster approved by the Group Summer Scholars Research Program at Kane University. Her research was titled, "How Does Social Vulnerability Affect Vaccination Rates in Arizona?" Maya Kern is in year 3 of the science research program at CHS, and she presented her poster at the Eastern Analytical Conference. Her research was titled, "Comparing Color Measurement Tools for Use in Art Preservation." Next, we have Natalie Ursov, a sophomore at CHS, won 2 awards at the Scholastic Art and Writing this year. Words of a Little Man in a Big War and A City Drowned in Midnight both won honorable mentions. Congratulations to the entire CHS cast and production crew of Newsies on a successful show. Their final dates have been moved to March 25th through 27th. We want to acknowledge the creative team that advised and led students to present the first in-person CHS theater production since the COVID pandemic began. We want to recognize the directors and choreographers, Trisha Ben and Bethany Pettigrew, musical director Jake Ezzo, associate director Gregory Osborne, orchestra director Peter Bauer, stage crew director Tara Abundate, producer Luann Kelp. Next, congratulations to Maplewood Middle School for the recipient of a grant from Teach from America and Apple. MMS science teacher Mary Elise Zavaki, with support from MMS administration, submitted an application to receive a $2,000 grant from Teach for America to create a Swift CS coding club at MMS. Teacher Zavaki will be the advisor of the club, and the program will be implemented this year. Teach for America shared, all of us at Teach for America and the Apple teams were moved by you, your students, and the story of your school, especially in the midst of all the changes and the unprecedented nature of the last few school years. March is Social Work Month. The District and Board of Education, in gratitude and recognition for their hard work, recognizes all of our school-based and CST social workers. Their names are as follows: Mirilu Gregory, Elementary School Social Worker and Field Supervisor; Arelis Tapia Vargas, Clinton Elementary School and MMS; Julia Partonov, Seth Boyden Elementary School; Christian Blackwell, Seth Boyden Elementary School; Shazan Napoleon, South Mountain Elementary School and Marshall Elementary School; Mujat Henriquez Francis, Jefferson Elementary School; Eva Buggy, Tuscan Elementary School and MMS; Selena Scalise, Maplewood Middle School; Allison Steiner, South Orange Middle School; Fair Slam Goodwin, South Orange Middle School; Jenny Easton, Columbia High School; Zaika Jordan, Columbia High School; and Eric Strodemeyer, Columbia High School. And our child study team social workers are listed as follows: Amy Pitko and Yelda Bermudez, Valerie Force, Janice Catalano, Renee Joyce. We would also like to recognize all the social work interns who serve across all of our schools under the supervision of district field supervisors. And that is it for our student and staff recognitions for the month of March 2022. Give a big round of applause.
Thank you, and congratulations to all. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda for action, at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the board, it is referred to the appropriate board committee. The Board of Education, the members of that board committee work with the administration and superintendent to ensure that members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with other board members for consideration, and only then is it placed on the agenda for action and discussion at a public meeting. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent's update.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Do I sound okay?
Sound good.
Thank you. Thank you to our board president, and great job, Noah, as always, and congratulations to all those who were a part of those recognitions. Members of the SLT and I are in our offices just to bring a more cohesive nature to our presentations, and we also have our consultant who's going to be joining us at the end. So just to make sure that the conversation flows, we're here in our offices, but we'll be down there with you very shortly. So just to begin, I'd like to just give a brief statement. Good evening. Before we update the board and the community on our district goals and the Intentional Integration Initiative, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Women's History Month. I've been fortunate in my life to be called a girl dad and also a mama's boy. While I would cringe a little bit in my youth at the latter, I am now very proud, as both of these monikers reflect that many of the most impactful people in my life have been women. They've done so much to help shape me into the person that I am today. My mother, grandmother, aunts, sister, wife, and daughter have gifted me with strength, empathy, understanding, work ethic, sensitivity, and thoughtfulness. Our district has, of course, been fortunate enough to also be directly, positively impacted by women in many leadership positions, whether it be our board members, members of our SLT, the superintendent's cabinet, principals, academic supervisors, assistant principals, teachers, guidance counselors, social workers, and our amazing support staff. Our students, families, and our community at large are the beneficiaries of the community of care, thoughtfulness, and support generated by the aforementioned dynamic leaders, and I am more than fortunate to work with you as well. In recognition of Women's History Month, I'm honored to highlight all that you do every day for our district and the students that we serve. Thank you for your service. We will now shift over to a brief update on our district goals. I'm going to begin sharing my screen. And again, Mr. Bonds, if you find Nancy McCardle, please pull her to a panelist. We're going to review where we are with our district goals. I know we have a lot of things on our agenda this evening, so we will be brief as we go through some of these goals. And again, we will review very briefly the district goal process and look at each of the 5 district goals. And I'll give just a little space for our SLT members to give a brief update based on what we have on our slides for you this evening. So for those who may not be aware, we do have a partnership with the New Jersey School Boards Association. They have field service reps who come out to every school district who is a partner with them to assist us in facilitating many services for our district. And one of them is the goal setting process for the superintendent of schools and the Board of Education. Here's a very brief overview of the district goal process. It begins in the late summer when the board and the SUP sit down to review the previous year's outcomes, of course, challenges and triumphs. The board and the SUP then come to an agreement on selected goals, understanding that some goals are so robust, they may take multiple years. The goals are then formally adopted at the Board of Education meeting by the board, and the superintendent then works with the folks who are in leadership positions to facilitate action plans and submit those to the board as an FYI and also share with the public as we have done a number of times. We then take moments like this to share with the community where we are in our action plans with our district goals. Then in the spring, the board and myself, we participate in a digital review of all these artifacts. Our first district goal for this evening is facilities. Of course, we all are aware that we have we're fortunate to have a very significant construction project happening in our community and our schools, and we want to give you some updates on that. As we share every week on our website under the tag of Long Range Facilities Plan, we've put up an update for every one of our construction projects. And here are some examples of what the most recent update was on March 14th. We did receive an update today that will be going up shortly. Again, I want to insult you by reading to you, but you can see that very significant work has occurred this year. On the left, you have Clinton. On the right, you have Jefferson. And here is just a few bullets for these schools and where they are in their construction. Mr. Burnside, do you want to just touch upon a couple of these updates?
Sure. So Clinton, the electrician, is continuing to work with the masons for new outlets. The HVAC contractor started running pipe in new areas and ductwork. And we also started a new sprinkler pipe installation in some new areas. That's the Clinton School. In Jefferson, the contractor completed all the footings and backfilled 95% of the areas. They're planning on starting the exterior CMU block work, and they are removing the old fire alarm system after school. South Mountain and South Mountain Annex, we're going to have our groundbreaking ceremony tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. And additionally, I think I need you to mute Mr. Burnside, please, for me. Thank you. And in addition to those brief updates you can see here, and I'm sure folks see every day, that we are making great progress at all of our construction sites. And here are some more details. And again, our presentations from every board meeting are listed under the Board of Education tab, board presentation. So again, we're going to spare you some of the details here, but we're just, again, sharing for those who are interested some of the just real painstaking work that we're accomplishing with our construction partners. This is an important one here. I know some community members have come to public speaks or sent emails asking for what the schedule is for each of these projects. So as you can see, your schedule is here for these 4 projects. Time is moving along. The next 4. Of course, the secondary schools are larger than the elementary schools, so they have a bit more work to do. And these slides were shared previously for anyone who wants to go back and see previous updates on our construction or any of the other district goals. They follow this slide. So I'm going to speed through these previous slides that were shared. The next district goal that we're going to give a brief update on is our teaching and learning and student achievement. Here is that goal, and it speaks to exactly what that title is: teaching and learning and student achievement. Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodner, you want to give us just a brief overview?
Certainly. Good evening. So with the teaching and learning goal, we are working towards creating a district definition for culturally responsive sustaining education. There has been the creation of subcommittees working on 3 sub-goals, looking at welcoming and affirming environment in the district, high expectations and rigorous instruction, and inclusive curriculum and assessment. Along with that, we have created a standing committee made up of teachers, principals, supervisors, and SLT, focusing on the development of the district definition for culturally responsive sustaining education, which should be completed by the end of the month. In addition to that, we have been zeroing in on building out a formula for risk ratio and using that data to drive decisions in the district. And we are also looking at our curriculum from a culturally responsive lens, which we continue to do throughout the year.
Thank you very much. And I know that we did share at our last district goal update some details of all the team members in our school district who are assisting us with finalizing that very exciting data management risk ratio tool within our Power School platform. And so we'll be sharing some more important information about that and how we can use that, again, as Dr. Friedman said, to make important decisions that will, of course, help our students and help us to make sure that we're being as efficient as we can with their instruction. I know that the board members who were a part of the C&I discussion were really excited about about some of the new initiatives, including the 9th grade humanities project. And so for board members who wanted to hear more about that, we'll have an update on that in your Friday packet. For Ms. Bodner and Dr. Friedman, anything else you'd like to highlight?
One other thing I'd like to highlight is that we've been moving forward with equal opportunity schools and the work with them at Columbia High School. We are very excited about the progress we've been making, and we will be giving a more detailed presentation at the April CNI committee meeting. And Jessica Lamb from Equal Opportunity Schools will be joining us to give a more in-depth presentation, including the data that we've collected so far with Equal Opportunity Schools, but we feel we're making great progress with the work that we're doing in partnership with them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, the previously shared updates are here behind that slide, including some of that risk ratio that we discussed previously. Now for our human resources goal, staff recruitment, retention, and development. And again, the district goal is stated here. We're always working again to develop staff that is diverse and reflects the students in our schools, and also, of course, is happy and wants to stay with us and is professionally developed in a thoughtful manner. So we'll briefly review this goal and where we are. Ms. Robinson, I know you're very excited about the Aspiring Administrators Academy that just launched.
I am the most excited member of the Aspiring Administrators Academy, which launched in February. We've had 2 workshops thus far with 18 participants, covering various topics of leadership at a school level. It's been very well attended, and we've gotten a lot of positive feedbacks from our participants at this time. It is our Grow Your Own sort of program in which we are trying to train our staff in-house to become administrative leaders in the school and on a district level. We look forward to expanding the program in September. Meanwhile, it is recruiting season. Students are preparing to graduate from college, and the district is continuously seeks talent, and we are vigorously pursuing students coming out of college this year by attending the various school recruitment fairs at least 9 universities in this state, and also New Jersey School Jobs, which is a more diverse education community. And also we are working in conjunction with the Black Parents Workshop on building the inroads and attending the recruitment fairs at our regionally local HBCUs.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson, so much. I know I had opportunity to greet some of those aspiring administrators, and it's a fantastic group. So looking forward to growing that pilot. And additionally, for those who may not be aware, we know that life happens, and sometimes folks exit our school district, and we always give them the opportunity to share their feedback with us. And HR is working with IT to be able to do a trend analysis of the feedback of folks who are leaving our district for various reasons. Ms. Robinson, I think that you're get a little feedback from you if you don't mind. Thank you. And so we're excited to see what that trend analysis shows us so that we can continue to improve our practices. And again, here are the previously shared slides on this district goal that are available for anyone who would like to view them. They'll be on our website shortly. The district goal for access and equity, and this goal really speaks to, as the title says, right, focusing in on one single department. This year it is the registrar's office, to just review what we do there and try to improve the processes, not just for our school district, but for the community that we served. And so as we shared previously, we created a superintendent registration survey that was shared with all the superintendents in Essex County. And additionally, through my contacts with the New Jersey Association of Administrators, they also agreed to share and post our survey. So far, we've received 8 responses, and here's some of the high-level feedback from those responses thus far, that having 1 to 2 dedicated staff members who serve as full-time registration staff members is pretty customary across those who have responded. Some of the smaller districts, they have registration staff that also have other full-time duties. So just want to make sure that we note that. There are some districts that have school-based staff that also contribute to registration duties. And lastly, the re-verification of residency for families. Once they join our district, it had a variety of survey responses. Here again, this shares a little bit from the actual survey at the time that this snapshot was taken, and it reflects some of that information that I just shared with you. So what does this mean? What are the recommendations that we're pulling from this along with other reviews that we've done? And the first recommendation is from a staffing perspective. And our recommendation is that we continue with our current design for the registrar's office that was implemented 2 years ago for next year. We want to continue to have one district registrar, one assistant district registrar with continued oversight from the assistant superintendent for access and equity. We believe that this design maintains a reasonable ratio of FTE and also continues to ensure we have an equity lens over this important department. We also want to continue the pilot of our CLEAR program that we spoke about a few meetings ago. We want to also make sure that we do that within the limitations that we have discussed previously. And we want to use our physical residency visits and verification only at the very last step as governed by our board policy. We think that this CLEAR tool so far in this pilot year is ensuring efficiency of our processes and also reducing the possible implicit bias or harm to our families. And so here's an efficiency update. We believe that some of the clerical staff members at each of our schools should be trained, and some of them have already been trained. So this will be an updated training for them to support the process of registration for our families, but only during the busiest times of the school year calendar. So late summer and early fall. We believe that this will assist us in reducing the lag time in student enrollment process, and also the delay in student processing for enrollment was identified by parents as one of their greatest concerns. That lag time that was due to, again, exchanging paperwork, understanding the process, understanding what's needed, having, a calendar that has carved out times. And if you are waiting to the last second, it could cause a delay. So we want to alleviate that delay with working with some of the folks who are at the school-based level, but only during the busiest times for registration. And again, here are the previously shared updates talking about the survey and the CLEAR process. So the district goal that we're going to talk about now is the district integration goal. You can see it there, and I'm sure everyone is very familiar with this goal. And so this is an important step that we took, and I'm going to allow Mrs. Boyden, our Assistant Superintendent for Special Service, to guide us here a little bit.
Good evening. The Curriculum and Instruction Department and the Special Services Department work collaboratively to take a look at our intervention and referral services programming. So we gathered some data from all of the different schools, and we looked at different components like the members of the INRS team, schedules, process and procedures, and forms. We also then took a look at some additional areas, documentation.
I think we lost you, Ms. Boyden. Are you still there? Testing once for Ms. Boyden before I take over. All right, I will go ahead and keep pushing us forward here. You can see here that the CNI team and special services work together to collect information from our schools around this important topic of INRS. And we put together here a needs assessment analysis of what was found. You can see here that we're noting the areas, we're noting the concerns, and we're noting the suggestions here. You can see that across the schools, we found some concerns, but we also found some good news that there were established processes that were in place. There were schedules, there were forms in place, but some of the carryover from COVID was that we were not in our schools, of course. And so that also showed some challenges that will allow for us to create more consistency across this important INRS process. You can see here just more details about that. And again, this will be on our website for anyone who would like to see more details. We wanted to be as transparent as possible about this important process review. Talks about some suggestions like having a bank of interventions that will make this process more efficient for the teachers and administrators in our schools. So here are the next steps. C&I and Special Services are creating an internal action plan utilizing the needs assessment that I just shared with you, and talks about what those phases are and the monitoring of implementation of this action plan. So in conjunction with the board's moratorium on student suspensions, we were able to engage our school leaders and look at the topic of restorative justice and restorative practices. And we were able to customize a plan to support our leaders in this professional development suite. We utilize our previous relationship with the TSL Consulting, who's very familiar with our school district and worked with us for years. Let's see, can you also, there we go. Sorry, I was frozen for a second there. And so here's some of the tools that we used for the restorative practices professional development. We first wanted to, again, customize this training to make sure that it was relevant to our school leaders. So we put out a survey to our school leaders to understand their personal connection to restorative practices. We also included in these conversations the leads of ASCA, as well as our restorative practices consultant. And the survey really helped us to see what the previous experience was, if any, and so that folks wouldn't be sitting in training that they'd already been through and felt already very comfortable with. And so the sessions are ongoing and will continue into next year. And while it was launched in association with the aforementioned moratorium, we believe it also overlaps in preparing our school leaders for the intentional integration as it continues to foster a more diverse student enrollments in our schools. And so again, here's some examples of the topics that these folks were engaged in these restorative practices of professional developments. And one is tomorrow, as you can see on the left-hand side there. And we're also, of course, as a follow-up to those restorative practices sessions, principals are also leaving with resources that, again, should be used to support our schools, our teachers, and our students. Another part of this goal was establishing and, again, looking at professional learning communities. And again, just to share again with folks who may already know and be aware of this, that Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodner trained all of our assistant principals in the DeFore POC method and POC protocols. And you see there that we used a common book to train building staff on this same important topic, and now staff's engaging in POCs on topics of their own choice. So just to sum up this section very quickly here, we believe that these three topics really work together. INRS, PLCs, restorative practices, they're positioning our schools to support a diverse range of learners as we start moving towards more and more intentional integration initiatives in our schools, as we hope the board will consider this evening. So one important update, I know that some folks have been talking about, that's a part of this goal as well, is what's going to happen with Marshall and Jefferson, right? Folks who are watching are probably aware that Marshall and Jefferson have a feeder design where students enter Marshall and then they shift to Jefferson for the latter part of their elementary experience. And so an important piece to note is the bold in the middle of your screen here. In the 2018-19 school year, the board voted to design each elementary school to take on a K-5 design. So that's what all that construction is happening throughout our school district. That's the goal, that when that is complete, we've added enough space, we've made things, of course, better environmentally, and then we can shift to a K-5 outcome. But there are some things for us to consider. Jefferson's construction is scheduled to be done fall of 2022. Marshall's construction is scheduled to be done in 2024. And so it begs the question around what's the least disruptive yet most efficient way for us to transition these two schools to serve K-5 populations. We also have noted that furniture for these school expansions is not covered under the construction costs and has to be budgeted each year before the full capacity of the site is available. And so here are some considerations that we're discussing. What's more favorable for the Marshall Jefferson shift? Since it won't be done in the same year, it'll be a couple years apart. Are we looking for a singular shift after Jefferson is complete? Maybe a lottery to send half kids to Marshall K-5, half to Jefferson K-5. Are we looking for an annual gradual shift where Marshall organically grows and keeps some of their kids that would normally go to Jefferson to begin expansion? Or is there another way to do it? So those are some of the conversations that we're having as we're moving through construction. This is one important note, and board members, we have a update memo on this for your Friday packet as well, that PSE&G has told us that they're having a huge delay in their electronic transformers. And so some of those delays are as much as 52 weeks. And so that could be a significant impact for us because as our construction is lined up, that transfer of those pieces is a linchpin for some of the other work that is planned. So wanted to just make sure that we're very transparent and sharing with the community that we've heard of this delay, and our construction partners are investigating it for us and giving us a lot of specific guidance. And of course, there's a lot of previously shared information on the Intentional Integration Initiative. I'm now going to thank our SLT members, and you may shift down to the DMR, and I will continue with the Intentional Integration Initiative update for everyone this evening, and we'll also give the board an opportunity to discuss with our consultant.
Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to step in that I'm in conflicted on this, so I will be turning off my camera and not participating in it. I just wanted to share to the public.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Taylor, just one more thing. We'll hold questions for Mr. Alice until the end of the presentation. And that's for the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So everyone knows that we have entered into the Intentional Integration Initiative year one. We're going to give you a brief review of year one and then talk about considerations for year two. So here's an agenda for us this evening. We're going to talk about, for those folks who may not be familiar, they didn't have kids in kindergarten rising up a couple of years ago. We're going to share some of the past steps that have been taken and talk about our year one results, and then talk about year two considerations that you see on your screen. Here are some high level discussions that occurred in March of 2019. It was announced publicly that SOMSD 2020, which was the name of our integration plan at that time, would be postponed until 2021. What you see there are the steps from January 2020 until June 2021 that I, again, won't read to you, but you can see and we'll briefly review what occurred on those dates. In January of 2020, we held an Equity and Integration Symposium. We were fortunate enough to have leading experts participate in this forum to discuss this important topic. We talked about growth mindset. We talked about the mission and vision. We talked about the benefits that we thought were a part of intentional integration. We had Dr. Boddy there, who is a renowned professor of Rutgers Law, who spoke about the history of segregated schools here in New Jersey. We had Dr. Frankenberg there from Penn State University, who's one of the leading experts in integration and segregation of schools in the country. And we, of course, had Dr. Fergus there, who's had many partnerships with our school district, who's well known as an educational equity expert. One important thing that we pointed out that Dr. Body built upon was that there's a huge lawsuit happening in our state right now, and it talks about this very topic of school segregation. And if you look at the date that's circled on the bottom, that's May 30th, 2019. Remember that date. We also shared other legal information that the University of California, Los Angeles, a civil rights project, placed New Jersey 6th on the list when it comes to having the most segregated school systems in the nation. Some of the highlights from this evening, we had over 800 attendees. We really planned for this event to serve as a restart to this topic for our community. And we stayed afterwards, and there were many folks who stayed from the community to talk to the panelists directly. And of course, we began a running record that evening of parental concerns. On February the 4th, we held a session just for elementary staff during a work day to make sure that they were aware of what was happening in this important topic as their schools were being discussed. We presented a reiteration of what happened on January the 8th, 2020. We didn't want to assume that all the teachers were aware of what occurred even a month before. We played the video of Dr. Body's presentation. We talked about the disparities of enrollment of students of color in high-level courses historically at Columbia High School. And Mr. Roth, our then school business administrator, presented an update on the planning and process of bringing our construction project to fruition. We shared information like this, where we put up and for everyone to see and reflect upon the true statistics of our school district, our elementary schools, especially at this time. From left to right, you see on the top of your screen there, racial designations, and you see on the left schools, et cetera. And the final column is free and reduced lunch as a socioeconomic status metric. We also shared this information. Again, this is from the top of the screen. It shows the demographics of calculus, of AP Calculus at Columbia High School from 2014 through 2020. And we shared this with elementary teachers because we were trying to get them to see that there is and can be a link from segregation in elementary schools to student selection of high-level courses and their success in those most rigorous courses. And you can see there on the bottom what the demographics were. Again, I won't bore you. This is 3-year-old data, but I want to make sure that everyone's aware of the information that we shared. Here's a summary of that day. We had more than 700 elementary teachers and administrators who attended that day at SOMS. Many had stated it was their first time they had ever seen this information. They said it was the first time they had ever participated in these discussions because it mostly took place in the evenings when they were not present. And there were very fruitful follow-up conversations that came of this event. For example, our PE teachers personally followed up with the then BA, Mr. Roth, to talk about some of the elementary multi-purpose room designs that were being considered. And we then had another town hall on February 19th. We presented, again, keeping the story going from our first symposium. We also shared a synthesis of the parental and community concerns that were collected, which is very important. We also shared a scholarly review on this topic. And we again talked about the disparities of enrollment of students of color in high-level courses historically at Columbia High School and how that could be a connection. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of feedback, Mr. Bond.
Dr. Taylor, I'm just going to pause you for a moment and ask the folks who have joined us in person to please keep their voices down in order for the presentation to be heard clearly, both by the board and the members of the audience. A reminder again that this is a board meeting in public, not a meeting with the public, and please allow us to do our business this evening. Thank you. Please continue, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you very much. We also, of course, shared a tentative timeline on this date, and Mr. Roth then shared the planning and the process of our construction and bringing it to fruition. As time would have it, Harvard released an important piece of research here on this topic of school integration. We were able to share this information during our presentations. I think it was very impactful for those folks who were in attendance. This event took place at Jefferson. There were about 300 folks who came out and gave their time that evening. We talked about some of the discrepancies and dependencies that we did not like at that time between construction and integration. And again, remember, this was pre-COVID. And again, there were very fruitful follow-up conversations that were in person. Some of them were with parents who are a part of the Sustainable Schools Green Team, bringing concerns around our plans with construction at that time. Online feedback was also made available for those who still had questions. So our research and review was paired with that community feedback and then analyzed. And we used that feedback and that research to create a draft framework that was shared with the Board of Education for further discussion. The board gave valuable feedback and insight into this framework, as well as a tentative approval. That's important because when we get to this level of review, we have to be able to give a direction to this work. So a tentative approval was given to the administration to take this feedback and synthesize it to prepare for the community. And although COVID-19 hit very soon afterwards, and we were not able to have that in-person follow-up town hall event, we created a webinar that would allow the community to learn more about the framework that we discussed and to get more feedback. We were very shocked, actually, that we had over 3,000 views of that webinar, and we were very happy to receive the feedback from the community. This is the webinar, again, April 2020. We talked about, again, our framework and the research that was done internally and also externally. We did visits to other school districts, talked about construction and integration, because at this time, our construction plans were tied very closely to our elementary integration work. And that to me, needed more review. And we shared, again, our intentional integration methodology. We talked about some of the options that were being discussed at that time. We wanted to make sure everyone was aware of all these different options and discussions and pacing, et cetera. And so that first bullet is the one that I think we're all living now. We proposed that we untether our intentional integration from our construction. At that time, it was just, construction was so, even in a great year, construction can be very spontaneous, and we didn't want to tie such an important topic like intentional integration to the spontaneity of construction. We utilized the modified Berkeley approach that, again, I won't tell you too much about, but I'll just point out here that this is the algorithm from the Berkeley approach, and we modified it a bit. And it was, of course, shared that we wanted to pace our intentional integration to start with the pilot that was launched in September of last year. And year two, the board discussed that we would like to consider it for sixth graders who would be rising to that level at during September of 2022. So this is an important piece of research that we, again, shared during those discussions. It talked about how using socioeconomic status instead of race was a legally better way to go about this work, and it could be challenged. It would be less likely to be challenged if it focused in on socioeconomic status instead of race. So again, we had more than 3,000 views, and of those 3,000 views, we only got about 16 questions from the community. And we analyzed those questions and we put them into this summary. And again, I won't read them all to you, but you can see that there were some questions that from parents talking about perhaps not doing this because of COVID. Is middle school integration necessary? Does sibling preference damage the effectiveness, et cetera? So these were some of the questions more than 2 years ago now. And one of the things that we also shared is that we believed, and what we found in our research, is districts who had choice as part of their work, their schools became less and less integrated. And that though parents espouse that they do support integration, many times the more choices that they were given, the less integrated the schools became, and this is based on the Century Foundation's work in 2019. And so we had other events, again, even after those, we held a live Q&A and virtual Q&A for incoming kindergarten families in June. We also held a webinar for our local realtors. We want to make sure that our realtors are telling their prospective buyers, our prospective parents, what to expect when they enroll in our schools. And we were able to have both of those virtually. So I'm going to go a little bit faster here, but because this information has been live for a while, we shared in a couple of board meetings that we have received our year one report from our consultant. It's on our intentional integration microsite, which is within our website. If you go to our website and you go to the bottom of the screen, there's a button there for Intentional Integration Initiative. You hit that button and you'll see this screen. And on this screen where the arrow is pointing is the year one report. There's some fascinating information on there, and I'm going to go through some of it, but I can't, of course, go through all of it. And I would encourage anyone who's interested to please take a look at it. So this goes to the next page after you hit that year one report, and you can see that part one, part two, and part three, and part four of what's in that report talks about our algorithm. It talks about some of the decisions that were made. It analyzes the impact on students, et cetera, and it sets forth a number of recommendations on this work moving forward. And again, I can't go into the details that I would love to at this time, but it is there and available for you. But here's some important information for everyone to leave with. And just again, reading this slide, the top of the table talks about the kindergarten assignments across socioeconomic status tiers by elementary school, both pre-intentional integration and post-integration. If you look at these numbers, I hope the numbers that jump off to you are the variances. On the bottom of each of those charts, you see what the total percentages are. And in red, you see the variances from that percentage in that school for your low socioeconomic status student category, your medium socioeconomic status, and high socioeconomic status. You compare the top to the bottom, you'll see that there was a drastic improvement in the equitable distribution of students via their socioeconomic status for each of our schools as compared to pre-integration. Now, we said that we were not going to utilize race as a variable in this work, but we are, of course, monitoring the impact via race in this work. So we're not using it as a variable, but we're monitoring the impact. So what you see on your left and on your right, pre-integration, post-integration for kindergarten students, and the variance in race as compared to the racial breakdown in our school district. So again, pre and post. And if you look at that work from the left to the right, you'll see that the variances are significantly lower after we've done this work, the racial breakdown per school. It much closely reflects the racial breakdown of our full community. Same information, just cut a little different so you could focus in on those variances that are on the bottom. So here's some important information that's also a part of the year one report. Overall, almost 62% of all kindergarten students and 60% of those who were not pre-assigned. Now, again, that pre-assigned goes back to us addressing those parent concerns with sibling preference, kids who are placed due to English language learner status or special education program. Some of those are pre-assigned. That is above the work of the integration algorithm. You can see other important information here that speaks about socioeconomic status tiers and what that meant and what the outcome was in addressing those concerns. Other important information, speaking about the importance of this work and transportation assignment. We did our best to add to this work the variable of proximity. Proximity doesn't mean you go to your closest school, but it means that we want to assign you to a school that will not generate transportation for you, so that we can make sure that we are managing that for our school district and our community. This is a very important slide because it shows that regardless of your socioeconomic status or your racial breakdown, you can see what the distance, the average driving distance in miles for these students assigned via the algorithm is. And you can see on average, they are all less than 2 miles, significantly less for some. So year 2, as we sit here tonight, we have to talk about what we're going to do for the students who are entering school next year, entering the 6th grade, more specifically. We shared at our last district goal update that we were adding to our Power School enrollment platform where that parents could self-identify some of those key variables that we're pulling from census data, I apologize, to make our information even stronger. So we've reached out to Power School and we have requested to add these, and this of course is voluntary, these voluntary self-report categories for families, if they so choose, to help us collect information to make our algorithm even stronger. Let's take a sip of water here. So as we talked about before and earlier in this presentation, the Board of Education requested that the administration review the possibilities of utilizing our intentional integration initiative methodology to support a more equitable distribution of our rising 6th graders for next year. As a result, the results of the grade 5 to grade 6 middle school socioeconomic status mirror school assignment algorithm. This is from our consulting group, the ALVS group, and I'm going to now use their words. The results clearly show that the algorithm works to improve both the socioeconomic status and racial and ethnic diversity at MMS and SOMS, while also providing continuity between elementary schools, between the elementary schools SES algorithm and the grade 5 to grade 6 middle school feeder patterns, with the potential of improving student transportation to the grade 5 students nearest middle schools. And so what you have here are maps that represent what that statement said. This map represents our current school year and the 6th graders who attend our school district. You can see that the pink dots represent students who attend Maplewood Middle. The blue dots are students who attend SOMS. If we move forward with the intentional integration algorithm for next year's rising 6th graders, the map will look like this. I'll go back and forth one more time. These are our current 6th graders, blue for SOMS, pink for MMS. And this would be next year if we use the intentional integration algorithm that's been customized for our 6th graders, our rising 6th graders. So here's some important charts, and things are going to move around a little bit, but I really want you to understand the impact of this decision. So the top arrow is showing you the beta tests. The top rows are showing you the socioeconomic status, low, medium, and high. They're also showing you that for MMS and SOMS. The bottom arrow is showing you our current 6th graders and their socioeconomic status, and showing you MMS and SOMS now for this current year. Again, top is our beta test for rising 6th graders possibly next year. Bottom arrow, current 6th graders. So if you look here, you see the socioeconomic status breakdown both between SOMS and MMS per socioeconomic status category. As you can see from the top, those numbers on top and the percentages on top look closer than the ones on the bottom, right? The low socioeconomic status when you compare MMS to SOMS is 8% difference when looking at the bottom for our current sixth graders, whereas on the top, the difference is 1%. When looking at medium socioeconomic status for our current sixth graders on the bottom, the difference is 12%. On top, it's 1%. When comparing MMS and SOMS to themselves, not to each other, but to themselves, you can see the adjustment that would be made if this was approved. Again, the bottom is our current school year. The top would be if the intentional integration initiative was approved for next year. And again, we monitor race, the impact on race, though race is not a variable in our intentional integration work. And what you see here, looking from left to right, again, the top arrow is pointing at the beta tests for next year, if approved, and the bottom arrow is pointing to the data for our current sixth graders. So if you look at the racial breakdown, that would be the result of the intentional integration. You can see significant shifts in that as well, even though that's not a variable that we would utilize. If you're looking for specific examples, if you're looking at the distribution of students who identify as Black, currently, MMS 33%, SOMS 22%. Next year, that will be 25% and 27% with the information that we have available. For white students, you can see the difference as well between this year, current sixth graders, and next year via the beta test of our intentional integration initiative. Socioeconomic status, you can see that this is economically disadvantaged designation. And you can see the distribution of students who are identified as economically disadvantaged, and that distribution, both total and between schools, and the shift with the top being the beta test and the bottom being our current school year. So we previously shared that transportation via proximity was a strong variable for our intentional integration initiative design. We expressed that while some increase in transportation would be likely needed during year one, but many of our families do live within 2 miles of multiple elementary schools. So we wanted to make sure we shared this information, that we shared this previously, that in reviewing the more than 511 kindergarten students enrolled this year, the number of students who are in that grade level who ride buses is 135 compared to 88 last year. And that increase was manageable and within our budget. And so we're keeping this top of mind as we analyze rising sixth graders for the board's consideration tonight. And here's the results. So understanding this challenge, fiscal and other, that transportation can bring, we asked our consultants to perform a comparison of our current sixth graders, current this year, who are eligible for transportation versus those who are assigned via the beta test algorithm. And the results are as follows. Currently this year, there are 7 students assigned to MMS and 30 students assigned to SOMS who live far enough from their schools to qualify for transportation. And next year, if the board supported this beta test, that number would be almost identical, with 6 students assigned to MMS and 31 students assigned to SOMS qualifying for buses. And what you see on the bottom there is a quote from our consultant that the fact that these results are essentially the same suggests strongly that the new nearest school beta test should not increase the number of sixth graders being assigned to a middle school that's more than 2 miles from their home. And we also wanted to give the board this information just to know how many students would be impacted by this work. If the board approved this beta test to become our student placement for next year, how many students who normally under the previous customary placement would have gone to SOMS or MMS and now would not have. And so what you see there, if you look at the numbers that are highlighted here Those are the number of students whose placements were shifted per the algorithm, which means about 100 students of the 488 students, their placement would be different than it normally would have been. But you can see what our transportation numbers would be really identical. So one important note here on the bottom of your screen with the asterisk. Traditionally, multiple elementary schools in our district, their rising sixth graders are split between schools. In other words, we have multiple elementary schools that are currently not 100% feeder schools that are exclusively tied to one particular middle school. So a summation for us before we move to our consultant and board questions. We've shared our journey over the last 3 years around this generational goal of establishing systems that result in our student population being assigned in an intentional fashion that results in our schools reflecting our community's demographics. That is well underway. We shared the success of year number 1, including how we created space and opportunity to receive and understand and discuss parental concerns and build a thoughtful, innovative way to address these concerns, but also reaching our overall goal. We also shared that research tells us that it is beneficial for all students to attend schools that have diverse student populations. And here's that research. It shows that students who attend diverse schools have reduced anxiety, they're less likely to have racial biases, they have enhanced student leadership skills, they help to reduce achievement gaps, they have higher standardized test scores, they're more likely to enroll in college and less likely to drop out, et cetera. And again, this is from the Century Foundation in 2019. We also know that legal challenges to school segregation in our state are escalating. When I shared with you earlier in this presentation that there was a lawsuit brewing in 2019, we can see now that this lawsuit is moving forward and in courts around the segregated school systems in our state. And this date, as you see, is March 5th, 2022. We are triangulating this challenge also with our curricular work and our professional development as well. And we shared that in separate slides, including professional development topics and partnerships with equal opportunity schools and others. And we spoke about this, equal opportunity schools, which is assisting us and making sure that we're doing all we can to make sure our most rigorous courses are becoming more diverse. We also spoke about IRNS and PLCs and restorative practices and how all those pieces that we're putting in place and firming up are supportive of receiving students that are more diverse into schools that are traditionally not. We must continue to aggressively address the likelihood that a relationship exists between the segregation of students throughout their early years of schooling in our district and their academic course selection, and the success in our most rigorous courses offered. That's part of our risk ratio work that was also previously shared by Dr. Fergus. And again, we shared this. So what are our next steps? The board this evening is considering a resolution that we believe captures our current context and beliefs while continuing our efforts to actualize our intentional integration initiative. We believe that we've shown that the adoption of this resolution will indeed make our middle school student populations more diverse while also making our middle schools themselves more similar to each other, which we believe will have a far-reaching positive future outcome for students that follow and our community as a whole. We've also shown that there will not be a drastic change in the number of students who receive transportation, as we again have added proximity to the variables of this work. Lastly, so just to be sure and to be clear, if the board supports this resolution, we will move forward with assigning rising sixth graders via the beta test algorithm as we have described it, and this will result in our intentional integration efforts accelerating significantly. They will accelerate significantly, and here's how. In short, so if you're looking at our K-8 grade spans, if the board takes action tonight and approves our intentional integration algorithm, that means that our kindergartners next year, our first graders next year, and our sixth graders next year would have received placement via this algorithm, 3 out of those K-8 grade levels. By the following year, that number rises to 5 grade levels of the K-8 grade span, kindergarten, first, second, sixth, and seventh. So you see every year we are accelerating this work. It's growing organically. Last but not least, and probably most importantly for those parents who are concerned about this, if the board approves this, and we go with our beta testing, parents will receive their placement for their child's middle school assignment April the 4th. If the board does not support this, you will still receive that assignment on April the 4th, but we have to do some updates on that work as well, just to ensure, just triple checking as we always do. But that is the date that we're promising to get to our families, their 6th grade assignment, so that we can reduce the anxiety or angst that some may have. And now, Mr. Bonds, we will shift to Michael Alves of the Alves Group. For those who are not familiar with the Alves Group, they are well known around the country for doing just this type of student placement work, algorithm work. They've been doing it for decades now, from Massachusetts to Seattle, all over the country, and it's been a pleasure to work with them in this work. And so I will now stop sharing so that we can see Mr. Alves, and he can answer whatever questions the board members may have.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and welcome, Mr. Alves. Good to be with you again, as well as Ms. McCardle. We did send you some questions over in advance, and thank you for being able to answer the ones that you could. And we know that there were some for the district that Dr. Taylor will address that are pertinent but not relevant to the action the board will take this evening. As I look around, do any of my colleagues have any questions for our consultants this evening? Board Member Wright.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Taylor. It was wonderful. But I was wondering at South Orange Middle, and I may not have, looked at it correctly, but it seems that they have almost an entire class more than Maplewood Middle. I think it was like 257 to 231. Is there a reason for that?
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for the kind words, Board Member Wright. I'm scrolling back down my screen. You can't see my screen anymore, but I'm scrolling down to it. So the number of students expected at Maplewood Middle School next year, right now, we get kids all the time, right, is 245. And the number for SOMS is 244. The number is almost identical. I know that this slide, there's so many numbers on it. If you were comparing this year to next year, then you would see that difference of about 20 kids. But right now, the numbers are almost identical for next year. But, we get kids who enroll all the time. And just for your edification, right now, the numbers are 259 at Maplewood. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm looking at one singular slide. Let me go to a better slide. That'll show me the entire enrollment. All right, so 245 and 243 versus 257 and 231.
Yes, those are the numbers that I questioned, the 257 versus the 231. And while kids move in, that's a large number.
Right. So that's not the number. I'm going to share really quickly just so everyone can see it. Give me just 2 seconds here. So the numbers are these grand totals here, the 245 and the 43. That's the grand total difference right now. And so again, that number could shift, but that's the number that we're working with for the rising sixth graders. So the number's not that far apart. And when we do placements, one thing that's been just wonderful in working with the OWLS group is that in the year one report, it says that we have had 10 rounds of placements for the kindergartners, but I think we're really on round 17 because every time a kid comes in, we have a review of their placement. So we'll be very careful, as we always are, in placing students per the intentional integration algorithm.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Board Member Valamani.
Thanks, Dr. Taylor, for the presentation. I have a question about a slide which is not there today, but it was there in the original presentation where the gap in the free and reduced lunch was pretty significant between SOMS and MMS. And the good thing I noticed, at least in the presentation now, is that it has decreased significantly and it's more balanced. So can you talk about that?
Yes. So that information, I guess it's almost 3 years ago now, when the board was inquiring, when we were designing this, right? This back then it was called a framework. We were designing it. The board said, well, how would this look for the middle schools? And I informed them that, the middle schools and the high school, of course, have a natural integration that occurs because of the feeding patterns. But let's look at it and see what it looks like. And what you saw in that slide from a few years ago was the socioeconomic status was measured by free and reduced lunch. And so that showed that was a significant gap, I thought, as well. We're using a more sophisticated way to measure socioeconomic status in the work that we're doing now. That's why we have low, medium, and high socioeconomic status instead of the free and reduced lunch, which is more sensitive and based on the work in the census. So thank you for that reflection.
Dr. Taylor, Mr. Alves, one question that did come up from the board and we don't expect an answer today is around the assignments, the kindergarten assignments with the lack of space or the lack of kindergarten at Jefferson, and that a beta test be run in the future to help us ascertain how many students would still be assigned to a school more than 2 miles away. When construction is completed at Jefferson, theoretically, you could open up a kindergarten there. So I just wanted to put that out there, and so we look forward to seeing that information when it's completed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's part of the part of that conversation, right? Of when and where you do that reshuffling to make sure those are K-5 by the end of our construction. So for sure, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Taylor, Mr. Alves, or Ms. McCardle? Yes, Board Member Bergen.
Thank you. I guess a related question is how much will the capacity for kindergartners at Seth Boyden increase when the construction is over in order to address the sort of disparity in how far some people from that neighborhood have to travel?
Yeah, so the construction has been ongoing, and for those who may not be aware, right, we converted the library at Seth Boyden because the expansion of Seth Boyden was right on some of those kindergarten classrooms, and it's a beautiful rework that's been done temporarily in those libraries with a real wall, and the teachers have done a fantastic job of decorating it, and it's beautiful. But when the construction is completed, we'll have to make a decision, of course, on the capacity. Normally, our capacity of our kindergartens or our kindergarten classes is between 18 and 22. And so we will recalculate that based on when the construction is completed and include that in the next presentation that we do. Or put in your Friday packet as well.
I think, just to clarify, not how many per class, but how many kindergartners could Seth Boyden hold total?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I don't have that information right now at my fingertips, but we'll have it for you and share it both with the board and with the public at our next conversation.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you all for the presentation this evening. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Alves and Ms. McCardle. Have a great night. You can stay if you want. We're going to be here a while, but it's up to you.
this is the easiest night that they've had, trust me, but they've done so much fantastic work behind the scenes with us and have worked very closely with Mr. Bonds and Manjeet and everyone. So I wanted to publicly again thank them for all their expertise and work that they've done on this. And I'll give Michael and Nancy just a chance to say any closing remarks that they'd like to make. You're muted, Michael.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I just want to commend the board, the superintendent, the staff, the community for the leadership that you are showing. You are truly becoming a role model for yourself, but also for the rest of the state of New Jersey and beyond. This has been an absolute pleasure working with you because at my advanced age, I only want to work with people who are truly committed to justice and educational equity in this country. I've been doing this for 45 years, but this has been a wonderful experience for me. And what's made it wonderful is really the tremendous leadership that you're all showing. And we'll continue to provide whatever support is needed to continue and make this successful for everyone. And I want to thank you.
Thank you. And again, you're welcome to stay.
No.
All right. I'll be down there. I'll be down there in a second. See you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you both. As we transition, Ms. Butler, I do have a question. We have, I know we have the president's report and then student report and then public speaks. We do have a couple of students who have signed up for audio public speaks. Can I push just those two up right now? Because I realize it's already after 9 p.m.
Yes, you can move them up.
All right, I'll start with the ones I see here in front of me, and then I'll ask Mr. Barsad to grab the sign-up sheet for the ones who are in the building. All right, we're now at the time for our first part of our first public speaks, also known as hearings of individuals and delegates. This is an opportunity for you to share concerns about an item on the agenda, but it's not a time for dialogue with the board. The board requests that you state your name and the town of your residence for the record. We will set the time limit to 2 minutes for each speaker and ask that you respect that time limit. Must cut you off so it does not appear as if we are giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this form does not protect you from the subject of your free speech, pursuing libel or slander charges. And finally, the board recommends that all members of our community pursue the chain of command. All right, let me start. With, we're going to go to the phone first, Mr. Bonds. Malik Odriago.
I don't see that name on the list.
I believe it might be under Morgan Triska.
Board President, I was
Yes.
just wondering if Board Member Mel has been told to come back.
Malik Drago is here.
He's here.
Okay.
Yep, he's here. Sorry, we were trying to figure it out. Here he is.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, Malik. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Education members, Dr. Taylor, staff members, and SOMA community. My name is Malik Drago. I'm an 11-year-old student at Seth Boyden Elementary. I moved from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania 3 years ago with my family. Both of my parents are freelance workers in the media industry. When we were planning our move to Maplewood, we found out the cost of the local pool because we were told this would be a great way for our family to get to know other families and make friends. We were shocked by how expensive it was. My parents had been working hard for our move and couldn't afford for our family to join the pool that summer. They had many moving expenses, so we had to wait until the next year to join. My sister and I saved half of the cost that year, and our parents paid for the other half. Many kids of color don't even have the opportunity to do that. We love to swim, and we know many kids do too. We also know that many kids' families can't afford to join the pool because their parents are working just as hard to make ends meet. Seeing kids of color like me not being able to join the pool is very disappointing because kids shouldn't miss out on opportunities because their families cannot afford them. When I saw the video about the pool at the high school, it made me want to speak to all of you. The pool should be renovated so all the students can enjoy it now and in the future. Everyone needs to learn to swim. They can have opportunities to compete. This pool should not be destroyed, and rich white kids shouldn't be the only ones to enjoy the pool. Please renovate the pool so that it will be accessible for all kids no matter what their family can afford. I hope you consider what I have said and to save the pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Malik. Our next student public speaks is from Nigel Hugh.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Hello, my name is Nigel Hu. I'm a current sophomore at Columbia High School, as well as a member of the Asian American Student Alliance, also called the Asian Club. I would like to emphasize the small Asian American community in the school. Although small, we are still a vital part of our community and contribute much to the diversity, uniqueness, and excellence of the school, not to mention our athletic, artistic, and academic-related achievements. The Asian Club provides a place and opportunity for our voices to be heard, to learn about our culture, and to unify students across grade levels. Our goal is to give a voice to students to express their emotions, to push past our differences and difficulties, and strive to achieve more. However, we do not have the resources to operate or a place to gather. This is because many advisors and teachers cannot stay for longer hours after school. We love our teachers and understand the challenges they have to go through, which includes teaching high school students like us while still wanting to make a reasonable living. Fair compensation for teachers is crucial for the health of our school and the growth of our students. For a school district that prides itself on diversity and equality, everyone deserves a fair chance, including our Asian American Student Alliance. Please, reconsider your thoughts about the salaries of the teachers, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other students in the room this evening? All right, I can't tell by names who's here, so I'm just gonna, if you raise hands, and I'll try to go as democratically as I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Lila Gold. I am a senior at Columbia High School, a Maplewood resident, and I am also the president of our Columbia High School Student Council. And I'm here to talk again about the current situation we're in, a justifiable teachers union strike. Columbia is currently putting on a spectacular production of Newsies, a musical about the acknowledgement of poor working conditions, leading to the formation of a labor union and a successful strike. In the same district, our teachers and their union have mobilized, striking against the poor working conditions they face to no avail. The irony is disappointing. It's been a month more of negotiations, and as students, we're still left in the same position of uncertainty. Uncertain if our clubs will be able to succeed and even continue, uncertain if we will have the opportunity to do well on our AP exams without the typical help that is afforded. I'm taking several APs this year, and I always benefit from the study sessions that teachers go out of their way to put together. They are not paid for these efforts, and this year I'm anxious to go into exams without having this additional time. I've spoken to many students and teachers about various subjects this year, but each one of them have made one thing clear. This is the worst they have ever seen conditions at CHS. There's a major decline in teacher and student morale that you must commit to fixing. When you treat the teachers with disrespect, my education is diminished. I also want to speak a bit on the value of our teachers. I've had teachers diligently support major club projects when the administration and district didn't show up, like during a virtual discussion on sexual assault that was hosted by Power Club last year. Teachers have let me spend hours upon hours in their classrooms to complete work for school and clubs. They've sent me videos of them talking about me so that I could send them to colleges, and have written me letters of recommendation, even when they have many others to complete. Teachers have checked in on me and my mental and physical health, even giving me someone to talk to and offering water and advice for how to get over colds. Throughout high school, I formed many meaningful connections with my teachers, an experience that most high schoolers have, and in leaving, I know that they are some of the people I will miss the most. After 4 years of dealing with the messiness that students know to be CHS and its quirks, I'm ready to graduate, and I can only hope that teachers and underclassmen are treated with more respect from the administration in the years to come. The teachers are the ones keeping this district together, and they won't keep doing so if you don't support them. I am fearful for the future of this district. If you don't start paying teachers, this place will fall apart, as we have already seen it start to. Thank you.
Is Chad Young a student? Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Hello? Hi, my name is Chad Young. I'm a junior at Columbia High School and current member of its Asian American Student Alliance. I, along with many of my peers, have found the club to be a safe space in which we are able to have meaningful discussions regarding the Asian American community. However, those discussions cannot take place if we do not have a fairly compensated advisor at the helm and a room to meet in. We had started the year off strong with consistent meetings every week thanks to our 2 initial advisors. However, as they continued to be mistreated, it became increasingly difficult for our club to meet, gathering outside, getting kicked out of rooms, and sometimes not being able to meet at all. It is of utmost importance that not only our, but other clubs' advisors as well, receive the treatment and compensation that they deserve for their efforts. Denying fair pay to those teachers and advisors who work hard to bring our community together is unfair not only to them, but also to the clubs they oversee. At a time when discussing the issues that face the Asian American community is so crucial, it is wrong that we should struggle to meet due to the mistreatment of staff. It is imperative that we keep our club afloat, and that cannot be done under the current conditions facing our advisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry Stout, student.
My name is Holly Stout. I'm a senior at Columbia High School and a Maplewood resident. At Columbia, we fly the LGBTQ+ flag directly under our American flag. On each of our classrooms, we stick a safe space sticker with a pink triangle, and at graduation, we offer lavender tassels to our LGBTQ+ students. And yet, when it comes to policy inside the schools, we seem to be in a different world. This year, CHS finally installed free period products in the bathrooms. Unfortunately, this did not include the men's bathrooms or the singular gender-inclusive bathroom. Student leaders have brought up menstrual products being put in all bathrooms to Mr. Sanchez multiple times, and yet here we are in mid-March with nothing. Students have had to take it upon themselves to provide products for the bathrooms, duct taping Ziploc bags to bathroom walls to fill with tampons and pads. We know the periods are neither a luxury nor a choice. We know that not every student at CHS will always have access to menstrual products. And we know that walking all the way to the nurse's office for a pad is more of a burden than strictly necessary. That is the whole point of free period products in the girls' bathrooms. So why do we treat it like a luxury and a choice when it comes to our transgender and non-binary students? We as a school are treating being transgender and non-binary as fundamentally a choice. There is one argument that resurfaces often when the issue of menstrual products in the men's room is brought up. How are teenage boys supposed to cope with period products being put in their bathrooms without tearing the dispenser off the wall or behaving immaturely with them? This is a much-needed opportunity to talk about the lack of education when it comes to gender diversity. When a health teacher feels comfortable enough to have a class debate on whether or not there are more than 2 genders, when elementary schools separate children by gender to teach puberty, and when students are not uniformly taught about queer and transgenders, there's a problem with how we are raising our children. If our students react without empathy or understanding, it is because as a district, we are teaching them not to. But we cannot accept this. If our district is going to continue to claim to be a safe space for LGBTQ+ students, it cannot simply fly a flag and call it a day. We must institute change that supports and uplifts our students. We cannot, in good faith, expect students to face a day of transphobia and bigotry from their community, only to go to the bathroom and lack basic necessities. Put menstrual products in the boys' bathroom. It is the bare minimum to make sure our transgender students are being treated with as much respect as their cis counterparts.
Thank you. Benjamin Wood. Welcome back.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Wood. I live in South Orange. I'm a freshman at CHS. Through my years as a student in SOMSD, I've become very appreciative of the amazing teachers and staff that have guided me through much of my youth. However, I was mortified to find out that the teachers that I respected so much weren't being paid a fair wage. The amazing teachers that motivated me to try new things and have supported me throughout my childhood, these teachers are not being paid fairly compared to other districts around us. My mother is one of these teachers, and I have witnessed the effect of being an educator and that the pandemic has had on her. She has spent hours outside of school preparing lessons for her students and had to adapt to the pandemic to be put in a situation that dumped even more work on her than she already had. Yet my mom and other teachers like her in the district have risen above the enormous tasks put before them. These teachers have been driven by their loyalty and passion to education to make sure that the students in this district have an amazing education. Do these teachers that spend hours of work outside of their paid time just for their students not deserve to be paid a wage comparable to that of surrounding districts? Recently, one of the Italian teachers left this district, and when I heard that, I thought of my own class with my teacher, whom I greatly respect. I love her class, and it has motivated me to work better to understand the language. I think about all those students who lost a great teacher because their teacher wasn't being paid enough. Those students who had come to enjoy that class and that teacher will have to lose that. Over years, a student will build a bond with their teacher, but as the year goes on, we grow. A student's bond with a teacher takes time to build, but as the year goes on, we grow attached to our teachers and become more engaged in their class. That bond has been severed. Those students will lose that connection, all because our teachers that work so hard aren't being paid well. Not only do these teachers deserve pay for all of their work, our students do too. We cannot continue to have teachers leave the district for others. We cannot have teachers continue to leave the district for others with better pay. We need to keep these amazing educators that care so much about teaching. Thank you.
All right, students who haven't spoken in person, raise your hand. This young lady sitting here with the black sweater, oh, sorry, purple sweater. And Holly, I just want to apologize. It looked like a Harry on the paper, so my sincere apologies.
Hi, I'm Lily Sharma. I'm a junior and one of the leaders of Asian American Student Alliance at Columbia. I've been in the club since my freshman year, and I found it a wonderful and helpful setting to share my experiences about culture and my identity. We've worked extremely hard towards extending the membership to more students at our school, and this year our club was able to provide a community to almost half of the entire Asian population of Columbia. We have found 2 advisors that were excited to support our club at the beginning of the year, but with continuous struggles regarding fair compensation, our club has struggled to find a place to hold meetings. In unprecedented times where Asian hate is so prevalent, it is especially important to have a space where students can speak about their experiences and struggles. Also, just as importantly, Asian students must have a place to discuss their unique heritage within a larger community. Teachers who oversee clubs that allow students to express their identity should be valued. This is only possible, however, if our advisors receive fair compensation for their time. Thank you.
I believe it's this gentleman in the black, the Cape. I can't read that. There we go. Cape Cod. There we go.
Hello, I'm Max Kravitz, a junior at Columbia High School. I'm an active member of many clubs, including Model United Nations and the Music Industry Club. Due to teachers not being compensated for their time, some of the clubs I am in meet sporadically or don't even meet at all. Additionally, the lack of transparency surrounding our school safety drills is unacceptable. False alarms have become regular. In the past month or so, we have had several fire drills and code yellows that have later proven to have been system malfunctions and more than drills. Our administration does not adequately inform us about these anxiety-inducing situations, instead passing it off like nothing while simultaneously not addressing these issues. We have the right to be informed about our school, especially when it comes to school safety, and this should not require student, teacher, or parent advocacy. With non-competitive salaries and a building with deteriorating emergency detection systems, what's stopping our teachers from just leaving? Our teachers deserve better. Thank you.
Are there any more? All right, that concludes our first A, public speaks. Dr. Taylor, do you want to respond now or save it for the? Okay, thank you. Speaking of students, Noah Morrow, so do you want to go ahead and give your report now?
Yeah, I can do that. All right. I just want to say a quick thank you to all the students that showed up today. It's just really amazing how many students want to join the conversation, and it's definitely a great thing for our district to get it moving in the right direction. So I'm going to touch on one thing that was just said by my fellow student, Max Kravitz, and that's that students and staff deserve to feel safe in our schools. However, this has not been a reality in the past few months at Columbia High School. Nearly every day, you hear about another fight, or even recently, a student from another school entering the building. How many occurrences have to happen before we tighten the security in our schools? How can we expect our students and teachers to feel safe and thrive in this environment? We have talented teachers and staff in this district, but we also have negotiations going on right now with our union, leading to staff turnover and lower retention of our talent. Requiring IDs to enter the building, strategic placement of security guards, and a stronger focus on helping the root cause of fights in our schools is a low-cost and needed initiative to help our students and teachers thrive, as well as retain the talent that we do have in this district. We are so lucky that nothing bad has happened yet, that the worst is a student entering the building and drawing something in the restroom. So please, on behalf of students, please push forward and strengthen the security in our schools. I encourage increased security in our schools so much because we have such outstanding schools. I wanted to congratulate the entire cast of Newsies who opened last weekend. Newsies has been described as mesmerizing and of Broadway quality, which is no surprise to anyone who sees how hard the cast and crew work. If you did miss out on seeing Newsies, they'll be having their last performance this weekend, and we'll be selling tickets at the doors, but they'll be gone quickly, so I would advise getting there early. The CHS Student Council has also been hard at work, thanks to President Lila Gold over there. We are holding our Women's History Month period products drive with all donations going to Distributing Dignity, an organization that provides menstrual products to those in need. Donations are going to be accepted until March 31st, and they can be dropped off in the CHS lobby. Spring sports at Columbia are also starting to bloom, with all of our teams actively practicing, scrimmaging, and we'll be beginning games in the coming weeks. It's been great to see Underhill back and booming with sports teams and community members alike. On the same topic, I wanted to give a special shout out to CHS student Madison Stevens, who recently placed first in states and fourth at nationals for shot put. We're all extremely proud of Madison and the entire CHS track and field team and coaches. Finally, Vanessa and I are extremely excited to announce that we are very close to finalizing the initiative that we began working on in October, zero-cost SAT tutoring run through the Achieve Foundation. We will be sending out sign-up forms to CHS students this week to gather tutors and plan to have this program up and running as soon as early April. I want to say thank you to Ms. Shannon Kirk and the entire Achieve Foundation for their continued support on this issue that both Vanessa and I are very passionate about. As you can see, we have so much to be proud of in our district, our students, our staff, and our extracurricular activities. So let's take steps to fix one of the biggest issues that we currently face with it: increase the security in our schools, allow our staff and students to thrive. That concludes your March 2022 Student Representative Report. If you have any questions, please reach out to Vanessa and myself via our emails that can be found on the board members page of the SOMSD website. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move back up to the President's Report. As part of that President's Report, we will have a 10-minute presentation from Melissa Rennie.
Waiting for the computer, and then I will start. Is he going to give you the laptop? Yeah. Thank you. All right. Can you make that go away? There we go. Perfect. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everyone.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes. Sorry.
Did you say 10 minutes? Yes. My name is Melissa Rennie, and I'm here tonight along with Dr. Khadijah Cosley-White.
Sorry, again, I just want to reiterate one person. Thank you.
I'm the only one presenting. I will be the only one speaking. Devyani Guha and swim coach Maggie Keenan. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of a broad coalition of parents, students, community members, senior citizens, coaches, and many more people. But I am also here tonight as a parent of a 4th grader at Jefferson School, a 2nd grader at Marshall, a 3-year-old who's not yet in the district. I'm a lifelong swimmer. I'm a member of the Maplewood Pool Advisory Committee for the last 3 years, although I am not speaking in that capacity, just to be clear. Tonight we are here to speak to you about the history and the importance of the Columbia High School pool. Is that working? I can get it to go forward. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the Columbia High School pool was built in the 1920s with the state-of-the-art structure and equipment, including the beautiful Gustavino tile ceilings that you can see in these photographs. Very few schools at the time had an indoor pool, and the school and its pool were a matter of pride, not just for the communities, but for the builders and the architect. The foresight of the residents of South Orange and Maplewood in the 1920s provided the opportunity for generations to learn how to swim. By our estimates, in 90 years of use, the pool served almost 40,000 Columbia High School students, teaching almost 10,000 students how to swim. As many of you know, there's a long history of pool segregation, even in New Jersey. And in the 1980s, when crosses were being burned on the lawns of Black families in South Orange and Maplewood, the Columbia High School pool was a place where everyone was allowed to swim. It was a place of pride for our community. Our ask today is that you, the Board of Ed, conduct a feasibility assessment to determine if it is possible and cost-effective to restore the pool. As I discussed previously, this is a unique resource. It is an irreplaceable resource. Once it is destroyed, there are no alternatives in place that give every South Orange Maplewood School District student access to free swim lessons. When the previous board closed the pool in 2013, many alternatives were discussed, and we have explored many of them in our research: Seton Hall, JFK Pool, the Maplewood and South Orange town pools, but none of these options have materialized, and there is no plan in place to thoroughly explore any of these alternatives for our students. It is no longer 2013. We have the benefit of time since the pool has not yet been destroyed, and we now have the benefit of funding through the long-range facilities plan, which includes a line item for the pool. The time is now. The choice is yours as to how we move forward. Over the last 10 years, many myths about the pool have surfaced. These myths have taken attention and focus away from giving kids equitable access to swimming and providing the excellence in our facilities that we could achieve by restoring the pool.
Excuse me for a second. I just want to make sure that you are keeping with the program, the presentation that was explained to Board President Joshua as far as what the purpose.
Yes, the purpose is to discuss the pool and its history and access and equity. And so I will be speaking about that extensively. And I can move past this slide if you would.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. I think the purpose of the slide is really to show that these are many things that are taking away from our ability to have the access and equity that we need with our pool. And I can distribute this separately if anybody has any questions.
All board members have a copy, so thank you.
Thank you. So why are we here to talk about the pool? It's a unique community asset. It is the true embodiment of this district's commitment to access and equity, which Dr. Taylor just laid out. It is a home for our Columbia High School swim team, an excellent swim team. It is no more cost prohibitive than the repurposing of the pool space, and previous board members supported revisiting this issue in the future when they made the decision to close the pool in 2013. So let's talk about why it's a unique community asset. This is the only indoor pool in our towns or in any neighboring towns. Indoor pools are scarce in this area, and the students who swam in this pool valued this pool. In 2016, a survey conducted by the Board of Ed student rep, 60% of respondents wanted to save the pool, and a student petition garnered 740 signatures. Sorry, 1,700 signatures. The pool would serve all residents of our community, not just the high school, through rec programs and adult school offerings, enabling the entire community to have increased access to swimming. And most importantly, there is no existing plan to open an alternative pool or to have an alternative swimming space. Once this pool is gone, it is gone forever. So now let's talk about access and equity. Free swimming lessons as part of the high school curriculum fulfill the district's goals of expanding access and equity. Approximately 30% of incoming Columbia High School freshmen did not know how to swim in 2013. And yet we know that formal swimming lessons reduce the likelihood of drowning by 88%. We also know that 70% of African Americans, 66% of Asian Americans, and 60% of Latinos do not know how to swim. Yet we have a treasure in our high school. Our high school swim team, 10% of the swim team are non-white students, which actually makes it one of the most diverse teams in the state. Only 1% of competitive swimmers typically are students of color. We also have the opportunity here to create a safe swimming and changing space for queer and trans students and to be a true example for what access and equity can look like for all of our students. As we think about the swim team, which we've already discussed is an example of what we want all of our teams to be like, the swim team has undergone significant hardship over the last 6 years since the pool closed. This is an inclusive, diverse, co-ed team. It is a no-cut team, which makes it remarkable in high school sports, and Coach Keenan enables all of her students to swim. But right now, these students are traveling all the way to Morristown. They leave at 8 p.m. They get back at 10:45 p.m. to swim from 9 to 10 o'clock at night. And the district is spending $32,000 a year in transportation costs and pool access costs. This is not sustainable, and the scholar athletes on the team deserve better. Finally, we can talk about costs. The only analysis that has ever been done on repurposing the pool was done in 2013. This analysis showed that it was $1 million less expensive to restore the pool than to repurpose it. And we know that operating expenses are on everybody's minds, but when we looked into operating expenses based on the Maplewood Community Pool expenses, we found that, and there's a lot in the appendix that you can all look through, we found that operating expenses would easily be offset through the savings from the Columbia swim team traveling, as well as rental fees from the pool. And we look at the CHS operating budget from the years the pool was open and the years the pool was closed, and there was no material difference. So our findings showed that there really is not a huge amount of operating costs for this pool, despite what many people believe. The other thing that I just want to note is there's an opportunity to earn revenue for the district through the pool rental. If we were to rent the pool at the same rate that we are paying to Morristown High School in off hours, not during the hours when the high school or the swim team is using the pool, we could easily generate $200,000 a year. And finally, we had previous board support for the pool, and I'm going to play this so that you can hear this in previous board members' own words.
I remain convinced that it would be a poor decision to lose the pool, to lose the swimming team, to lose the swimming program. Frankly, I think this issue was raised at the last minute, and we didn't have an opportunity to respond and didn't have a real opportunity through that electoral process to have a real discussion about it.
If we ever have money, we can do a whole lot better with this particular plan, in my judgment. So, no, I don't think this is an issue that is a done deal in any way, shape, or form.
So I'm going to support option 1 tonight, and that's for this bonding series, which is money that we're going to bond for 3 years worth of projects, and it will not include building a pool with this money. However, I would like to stay committed to trying to have a pool that's year-round in this community, because I do think it's short-sighted to give up such a phenomenal asset to our community, to our kids. At the end of the day, the answer might be that the location is here. It's just a completely different funding model, and the timing, is not right now. So I think those are conversations that we have to have going forward. We're hiring a principal, Dr. Osborne said earlier. Should I just go?
That last one's hard to hear, and I know we're running short on time. So in closing, we ask that you conduct a feasibility assessment to determine if it's possible and cost-effective to restore the pool. The time is now. This is your choice. You heard from previous board members who said that if there was an opportunity, if there was funding, this is something we should reconsider. The pool has not yet been destroyed. It is a valuable resource. It will enable us to really deliver on building the equitable and accessible school that we all want for our students and for our children and for our community. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any.
Thank you. As part of the process, we allowed each and every board member the opportunity to ask one question. I ran through our randomizer as I told the board I would do. I'm going to start with board member Siders, who is unable to attend this evening, but did get the presentation in advance and sent me her comments. And then after that, we will just so you can get ready, is board members Malaspina and then Whitletter. Okay, again, sounds like public speaks. This is from board member Erin Siders. The original estimate for the long-range facility plan was over $200 million. Previous boards thought that number would be an enormous burden on taxpayers and decided to whittle the bond down to a more palatable amount. The long-range facilities plan is to ensure district buildings are up to code. There was no innovation in the plan. The plan is limited to needs, not wants. The pool is a want. The lack of an indoor pool is a community issue. Why does the district have to solve it? Do we really think that today, with inflation that we haven't seen since the 1970s, supply chain issues, and increased construction costs, that estimates for keeping the pool will be less than the 2013 estimates? Again, those are the comments from Board Member Siders. I'll now move on to Board Member Malaspina and then Board Member Whitletter.
Okay, so first off, I would like to state that the entire BOE was not consulted about the idea of having a special interest group speak at the meeting. This decision was made by the BOE president, and I have numerous concerns about this decision, including the precedents it sets and the ethical issues associated with it. I believe that this should have come through FFT first, and it did not. But that said, I thank you for the presentation. A two-part question. First part to the presenter. Where is the $2.9 million figure coming from, and what justification for the statement that it can be used for any purpose?
Can I have other folks here answer, or is that
Nope.
okay?
Nope, one person.
All right, that's fine. So we consulted with a bond attorney, and who read through the line by line of the long range facilities plan. Sorry. Of the bond issue, and the bond currently has, I believe, 2.9 million that are allocated for to do something with the pool space, 2.8 million. And so I think the perspective is, since the entire long-range facility is for renovations, and again, this was from the bond attorney, not my own perspective, just to be clear, that it was for unspecified renovations, and it was not that specific. So I think that there does seem to be some ability within the current bond. But again, our ask is just to do a feasibility analysis right now. The goal of this is really just to say we think this is a valuable resource that will contribute to our district. And I think, to go back to Board Member Siders' comments as well, the ask is, we don't know the answers to those questions because nobody has looked into what the cost would be of restoring the pool. We've only talked about repurposing it. And so our ask is really just to say, let's look at this before the resource is gone. Once this pool is gone, there will not be another indoor pool in Soma. There will not be another indoor pool in this area. And why is it the district's issue? Because the pool is currently in the high school, and there is not another place to build an indoor pool in this community. The community pools are not viable options to teach South Orange Maplewood School students to swim. They are not free options. And so again, this is the situation that we are in. The ask is to do a feasibility analysis to see if it's feasible. And if it comes back that it is cost prohibitive, then that's fine. Then we've done the analysis and we know. But right now, we don't know.
So that leads to the second part of my question.
That's one question.
No, I said I had a two-part question.
But you should have asked both questions at the same time. You didn't say that. Come on, we're trying to move you. This was your suggestion that we should keep these things moving. So I'm trying to do my part to do that.
Allow me to ask the second part.
Board Member Malaspina, one question for all board members, please. Thank you. We'll now move on to Board Member Whitletter and then Board Member Bergen.
Thank you for the presentation. My comments tonight are twofold. So to me, listening, pardon?
Excuse me. Please, everybody, respect our rules here. This is a meeting in the public. Thank you. Not a meeting with the public. Thank you. Board Member Whitletter, please continue.
So I'm just going to talk and say the two things. So the call to action for me is not necessarily resurrecting the pool, but providing early childhood swim education to our children, right? And this needs to be a collective effort, not just from the Board of Education and all of you here advocating, but also for our local municipalities. I wanted to share some stats from the CDC that address drowning in the United States. More children ages 1 to 4 die from drowning than any other cause of death except birth defects. For children ages 1 to 14, drowning is the second leading cause of unintentional injury death after motor vehicle crashes. Death rates for Black children ages 5 through 9 are 2.6 times higher than the rates for white children, and for ages 10 through 14, rates are 3.6 times higher. In swimming pools, Black children ages 10 to 14 years drown at rates 7.6 times higher than white children. I share all of this because I think learning this life skill, waiting until high school is too late. There's a municipal partnerships committee. Myself and board president Joshua serve on that committee. We had our first meeting last month, and we collectively did talk to our municipalities about how this is a priority, and we started to throw around some solutions. We have another monthly meeting because everyone seems committed to doing this work and addressing opportunities for partnership. So I'm excited by that dialogue, and I think there'll be more things that come out of it. And I just wanted everyone to be aware that these conversations are happening at the district level and in partnership with our local municipalities. And the second thing that I just wanted to say is that, you know, it was an analogy given to me, but Board of Education, it's a relay race. The intention is that we're supposed to leave the district better than when we got it. And when I think about passing the baton, the people who in 2015 or 2016 made this unanimous decision to get rid of the pool didn't do it in a vacuum, because what we saw up there was from 2013. So 3 years were spent doing the feasibility assessment, talking, doing town halls. This has been deliberated for a substantial period of time, and to have a unanimous vote for this on the board shows me that the work was done and there was reason to make that decision. So after this presentation tonight, I really don't see any facts presented that should derail the long-range facilities plan, and I think we need to move forward with that, knowing that conversation needs to happen at a community level to ensure that our children are receiving early childhood swim instruction.
Can I respond to that, or were those comments?
Briefly.
Yeah. I mean, I think everything that you said, Board Member Whitler, is correct. I think having young childhood access to swimming would be great. I think that's exactly what the board said in 2013. So, and I can send you the full length of those videos that we showed. We went back through many reams of minutes, and it was in 2013 that the decision was made. It was not revisited in 2016. 2016, the pool was closed because it was a catastrophic failure. At that point, they could not keep it open any longer. But I think that there was a strong belief that we were going to pull together as a community and create some sort of early childhood swim lessons, because of course that's the best time to teach kids how to swim. But it has not happened. It has not been discussed. I'm on the Maplewood pool committee. It is not on the agenda, and I just want to be really clear about that, because once we close this pool, this is the only indoor pool. There's no way to give all of these kids swim lessons at these pools that are only open in the summer. So I think I appreciate the intent, and I think that it's the right intent, but what the resource that we have is the pool. And I just want to also say, our goal is not to derail the long-range facilities plan in any way, shape, or form. Our goal is to say, is there a way within the existing plan to look at this as an option? And again, that is the only ask. It's not to open up or make anything take longer than it already would.
Board Member Bergen, and then Board Member Telesford and Vadlamani.
Thank you. Thank you. I was going to do this as part of my policy committee report out, but I thought I might as well do it now and just address the policy that whereby members of the public can make a presentation to the board. There's a bylaw policy 0164, conduct of board meetings, and it permits any person to submit a formal request to give a presentation at a board meeting. And the policy sets out specific requirements for the request. It has to be in writing, made to the board secretary, Mr. Burnside. It contains certain specific information and be given at least 7 days in advance. And that policy gives the board president discretion of whether to grant or deny the request. The bylaw was created in 2004, and it was last revised last summer, but the presentation part of the bylaw was not touched last summer. Strauss-Esme does not have this provision in its bylaw on board meetings, so it's something that the board can decide, if it's something we want to change or if we want to continue it. I don't think it's ever been used before. So I was going to do that later in the meeting, but I thought this was my chance to say that now. And I guess my question is probably not that, just another form of the same question, but I do see access to swim instruction as an equity issue, but I think it's also really a public health issue. And that aside from the fact that there is a pool that's, been, falling apart in the bottom of Columbia High School, why is this a school equity issue? Is there, aside from the fact that the pool is there in the high school now, is it a school equity issue? If you can articulate that.
I mean, swim education was part of the curriculum at Columbia, right? I believe to graduate, you had to be able to swim. So it was a part of the curriculum. It was a piece of the CHS curriculum. So when the pool was functional, it did provide, educational equity in that way.
Board Member Telford, then Valamani.
All right, my question is, I assume you did a public records request, and I want to know what was missing from the previous work done by the board, and what would you expect to be seen now in the feasibility analysis?
So the 2013 analysis, and we can certainly send you what we have, but the 2013 analysis is really just a report from architects. They wanted to build a huge complex on the back of the school that would contain an entire pool. And so when everything that was being compared, option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, option 5, there were 5 options. There's a slide that has this in there in the appendix. But the architects that completed the report and the board was very, very close to approving a facility that was built on the back of the high school that would have a pool and athletic facility attached to it. So at the time, that was the alternative that was being considered. It was repurposing the pool with the intent of building an additional facility on the back of the school. There was a lot of community discussion, many things happened, I don't need to go into that history with you, but I think what wasn't done was a study that just looked at restoring that pool space, because at the time the perspective was that we should build a bigger, better pool as part of the high school. So again, I think that's the context in which the 2013 board was looking at the plans. And so when they commissioned them. So I don't think anybody has looked at cost or has really done an analysis that was purely focused on looking at the pool space. And with the facilities plan and the other work being done, potentially there's other things that could be done too. Again, like in terms of there's architects looking at the entire space. But I think that our perspective was there wasn't any analysis that had been done that was not in the context of building a larger pool space.
Board Member Valamani, and then we'll go to Board Member Wright.
So a huge chunk of my questions have been kind of asked by everyone else, but I agree with the premise that swimming is a life skill. I mean, it should be taught ideally similar to how we teach driver's ed. But what scares me the most is the structural integrity of the building. So I mean, that to me is a bigger concern than, of course, financing is important, but that is probably the primary thing I would be worried about. So that's, I mean, I obviously sort of
and that's
question
why we would need an analysis to,
right.
like, again, if this building can't handle it, then it's a non-issue.
Board Member Wright, and then Board Member Wakefield.
Thank you, President Joshua. I'm sitting here, I'm just amazed at what I'm hearing. I'm probably the only board member sitting here now that was a part of the process of the whole pool situation and that vote, which I'll have to say was unanimous. I think a lot of people have spoken. But my concern here is not the pool, but why do we have committees? We should eliminate the committee structure because we're not parents. This presentation
You're cutting in and out, Board Member Wright. Can you get a little closer?
And the thing is, we have a lot to accomplish between now and the end of the school year. And to be sitting here this evening talking about refurbishing a pool, how about refurbishing some classrooms? How about refurbishing kids and teaching them how to read and write? How about doing the things that are equitable for our students? We have Maplewood Pool. Maybe talk to the townships, as Board Member Whitletter said about the high prices that you have for students to swim. And let's start with the little ones and do that. We have town pools. We have many people who have pools in their backyards, but we've gone through this. And I think enough people participated in that entire process to understand that we should not be revisiting this. We have a bond to get through. We have a building that's crumbling. Student reps have talked about the things that we need to do. We need to get busy doing the work of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Wakefield.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I don't know that I have any other specific questions to ask beyond what my colleagues have asked this evening. I guess actually something that my colleague next to me said earlier tonight, I think is important to lift up, which is that certainly as a board, and I liked the analogy that you shared, Caitlin, around the passing of the baton. I think that we have an obligation to continue progress, but I also think we have an obligation to be thoughtful and consider where things may need to be revisited. And certainly we have lots of precedent in my short time on the board of things that we have gone back to revisit and question in some of the policies we've revised. And I have no doubt that boards that come after me will do the same with much of the work that we are doing together. I think that the ask is reasonable. We've had an enormous amount of community support for this revisiting, and I think that the least we can do before taking a very, very final step of destroying this structure is to at least find out what's possible before we move forward.
Thank you. I see your hand, Board Member Mousemeat, and I don't have a question, so I will give it to you.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. The second part of my question is for Mr. Burnside. Are all of the funds raised from the bond fungible? If not, what are the restrictions? Before we move forward with any further actions, if any, I think the BOE needs to understand where we are now in the general CHS construction process. The plans are already submitted. Any needed changes to the process, including who has to approve what changes, us, the Board of School Estimates, the state, whoever, the costs to the district in terms of the project time, setting aside the increased pool cost, etc. I'd like to get some relevant context here as there's no point even discussing any next steps until we know what the environment we're operating under.
Is the question about our
It was to
The question is.
So Board Members, I'm gonna let Mr. Burnside answer. I just wanted to thank Ms. Rennie for her presentation. That's all. Go ahead, Mr. Burnside.
I'll have to get back to you on that. That was a lot.
The basic question is, Mr. Burnside, can you tell us what the plan is? If we choose the option that they're presenting, what happens?
Well, I think Mr. Burnside is saying he has to do some research to determine if that's even possible. So, and along with Dr. Z, you have.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, for Mr. Burnside and myself, we have folks who work with us, our bond counsel, our construction managers, and those type of folks. This would not be a simple yes or no, or can we, can't we, or what are the ramifications. And, a lot of these approvals are statewide approvals that come through state offices that have been really slowed down by COVID as well. So we couldn't give you an off-the-cuff response to what happens if, but we would definitely do that research and get it to the board in writing.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'll now continue with the rest of the President's report.
I'm sorry, I just have a quick question.
Oh, please, no, very sorry, apologies.
Great, well, thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time out of your night to present a topic that you seem very passionate about. So I just had two quick questions for you. Are you aware of the length of the pool in Columbia right now?
It's 25 yards. 25 yards.
25, okay, are you aware of the length of the pool in Morristown?
25 meters.
Okay,
Yes. So
okay.
there are different pool lengths, like across the.
Okay, so do they host meets at the pool in Morristown as of now? Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
No, the pool, just again, and just because I think what you're getting at, it is possible to have competition in the pool, according to our swim coach here. So I know that's something that people have questioned a lot, and we checked the rule book, NJ. You can have meets in 4-lane pools, you can have meets in our pool. So I think that that's something that, if that's what you're getting at, it is possible.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you, and I apologize, Noah, I was supposed to come to you first, but I got thrown off with the whole student report aspect. Apologies. Thank you. We'll now continue with the rest of the president's report.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you to Dr. Taylor and Mr. Burnside for updates this evening on district goals, particularly the construction projects. As we kick off project number 5, tomorrow with a groundbreaking at South Mountain, I want to provide a little bit of context on that long-range facilities plan. The plan is available on the website and is leading up to its development. There were many discussions that took place between 2017 and 2019 that resulted in the district passing a $160 million bond. We are aware that now, 3 years later, there, in addition to what we just heard, there are others in the community, including the HSA at CHS, that are asking the board to revisit the decision to repurpose the pool for additional space. While we recognize the burden placed on our swim team this year by practicing at Morristown Baird, which is due to flooding at the Union Boys and Girls Club, that is just this year. We do not anticipate that being the long-term solution. The board must remain focused on providing a runway for the superintendent and his team to meet the district goals that we have set for the administration for 2021-22, which we also were updated on this evening. The board will further discuss any planning around facility usage and designs in our appropriate committees. I just want to take another moment to update folks on our negotiations. After the board's special meeting here on February 28th, members of our negotiations committee met with members of Samea's negotiations committee to discuss resuming a meeting to settle the contract. We agreed to sit down in person and try to reach an agreement while simultaneously working through the fact-finding process. We will be meeting later this week and look forward to negotiating in good faith to reach a resolution. As the district enters week 2 of mask optional in our schools and we begin to transition to a more normal classroom environment, let's all remember that for many of our families who experienced a loss during the pandemic, life will never be normal for them again. We'll also continue to recommend vaccination and boosters if eligible, monitor for symptoms, stay home when sick, and test when recommended by the CDC and NJDOH. Shortly after my remarks, we will, and our committees will continue with public speaks. During the pandemic, the board introduced written public speaks to meet our obligations for public participation under the Open Public Meetings Act. However, as we've transitioned to in-person meetings with no capacity limits and retain the ability to participate in public speaks via calling in on WebEx, we have decided to stop offering written public speaks after today's meeting. More about how this decision was made will be addressed during the policy committee report by Board Member Bergen. Lastly, please note that Board Member Malspina will not be participating in any discussions or votes related to resolutions 4271C, 4274N, and 4281 this evening. Resolution 4271C concerns the district's commitment to hiring an assistant superintendent for access and equity, which is covered in paragraph 10 of the settlement agreement. Resolutions 4274N and 4281 are related to the design and implementation of the district's integration plan. The plan is noted in paragraph 4 of the settlement agreement. All 3 resolutions are therefore considered matters related to the litigation. That concludes the President's report. All right, we're now at the time for our 1B public speaks. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to do a guesstimate. But we'll run through. Yeah. We'll go 15. Okay, thanks. We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegations, also known as public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but it's not time for dialogue with the board. Board requests that you state your name and the town of your residence for the record. We will set the time limit to 2 minutes for each speaker and ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we are giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech. During public speaks, However, this form does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel or slander charges. And finally, the board recommends that all members of our community pursue the chain of command. Our first public speaks is from Rocio Lopez.
Rocio Lopez, Maplewood resident from Burnett, president of SOMEA, South Orange and Maplewood Education Association, representing all my people. Before I speak about anything, I want to clarify something because I don't want us to mislead the community. Outsourcing transportation is not a negotiations item. It's actually not negotiable. It's the prerogative of the district to do that. So I want to clarify that when Dr. Taylor says he cannot respond to that because it's about negotiations, that should not be the answer. So nothing to do with SOMEA. If SOMEA will have a say, we wouldn't be talking about it, and we all know that. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the second thing in a more positive note. This Thursday, we have the great opportunity to undo an injustice that has been happening in this district for over 20 years. It's on us, both negotiations team, to agree into a contract that is fair for the educators to make South Orange and Maplewood School District the district that we all envision and deserve. Signing a fair contract will increase the level of our employee skills and the quality of education for all our kids. Let me say this in a different way. Having a salary guide that is competitive in nature will attract and retain the best educators so all the kids can have good educators in their classrooms, not only the ones that have extra money to pay for resources when they need it. Brené Brown defines integrity, and I'm going to quote, choosing courage over comfort, choosing what is right over what is fun, fast, or easy, and choosing to practice our values rather than simply professing them. It is time that Thursday we get a contract.
Thank you, Speaker Lopez. Thank you so much.
The community
Your 2
and
minutes has
everyone
concluded.
deserves
Thank you.
this
Ms.
contract.
Lopez, your time is up. Thank you.
And go SOMEA!
Our next public speaks is from Cheryl Lincoln.
Shira Lincoln, SOMEA Vice President. I would like to preface this speech by saying that these words are a direct quote from an outsourced bus aide to a student on a recent bus ride. Are you deaf or just, I can't even say the word that he chose to use next. The word is a pejorative and appropriately used to refer to someone with mental illness. These disgusting words were directed at an elementary school child last week by an outsourced bus aide. Are you deaf or just, again, using the inflammatory derogatory term? Why was an 8-year-old spoken to this way? Apparently, the child didn't immediately do as the outsourced bus aide said. This aide then took the child off the bus and brought the child to the front door where the aide recounted this story to the principal and other staff members, doubling down on the words spoken. The principal immediately admonished the aide for being inappropriate. The aide attempted to defend their use of the insulting term with the child without remorse. Would you want someone to speak to your child this way? In what universe is this appropriate? This is the same bus that neglected to check the bus for contraband, allowing our elementary students to find an empty beer bottle. Thank goodness it was just an empty bottle. Can you imagine if it had been something more dangerous? All of this from just one bus. Is this board really comfortable with this? Is saving a buck so important to you that you're willing to risk our children by outsourcing all of transportation? I've got to tell you, we see none of these behaviors from our district drivers or aides. Our district drivers know their students' names, they know their faces, they know their parents and guardians. They feel responsible for their students and have pride in their work. They would have checked their bus for contraband. They certainly would never have spoken to an 8-year-old child in that manner. Can we go just 1 week without an issue from this outsourced company?
Our next public speaker is from Morris Sackett.
My name is Maura Sackett, and I have been a teacher at Tuscan Schools since 2000. This is my 23rd year in South Orange Maplewood School District. My family moved to Maplewood in 1996, and my 2 sons went to Marshall, Jefferson, Maplewood Middle, and Columbia. I moved out of Maplewood in 2019 because as a widow with my single teacher's income, I could no longer afford to live in our family home. I'm here to ask you tonight to settle with Somaya on a fair contract. When COVID hit 2 years ago, we all had to pivot. In the spring of 2020, my colleagues and I figured out how to create assignments in Khan Academy, to set up our classes into Google Classrooms. We learned Screencastify and watched many a YouTube video to figure out ways we could use technology to teach in a brand new way. This continued last year in the start of the 2020-2021 school year. Once again, on my own time, I figured out how to create assignments, videos, and Padlets for children to use in this new platform in which I had minimal training called Canvas. I joined other teachers around the world in Facebook groups called Elementary Teachers using Canvas and Simple K-12 in order to learn on my own time how to create engaging, meaningful learning experiences for my young students learning from home. I didn't mind. I'm a frontline worker. I appreciated the collegial support of teachers from across the globe. I thought of my colleagues who had young children of their own. How are they managing to do all of this that I had on my plate while also looking after the welfare of their own youngsters learning on computers from home? What an experience it has all been. So I was quite shocked and have never felt such disrespect from the school board as I did when we were told of the starting offer of our new contract, which would not have even beaten inflation. Having been in this district so long, I've grown used to long, protracted contract negotiations, leaving staff working without a contract routinely for a year and sometimes 2 years. This was the year that I thought finally appreciation and respect would be shown to all of us who kept the learning going here for our students. As you already know and have heard from both parents and students, we are underpaid in comparison to surrounding districts, which translates to being undervalued. When my grown son saw the salary guide on my table, he looked at the starting salary of a new teacher. What? They only make $50,000?
Thank you for your words.
I'm asking to be
Thank you so
fairly
much.
compensated for the professional work that I do.
Thank you. Your time is up, please.
To nurture,
Thank you.
educate, and support the children in my care.
Our next public speaker is from Laura Wood.
Hello, my name is Laura Wood. I am a South Orange resident, a parent of a SOM 6th grader and a CHS 9th grader, and a kindergarten teacher at Marshall Elementary School. I teach because it's my passion, and judging by my Marshall colleagues and the teachers my sons have been fortunate to have over the years, I know that I am in good company. I also know that we are being stretched thin and that despite our passion, the way things are currently is not sustainable. Teachers and staff members have had so much piled on their plates, especially throughout the pandemic, and for many, needing to work additional jobs to be financially stable adds to the stress. For all the worries that we do carry, whether or not we are paid a competitive wage should not be one of them. I remember coming home from my freshman 7th grade back to school night. He came downstairs to ask me what I thought of his teachers. I told him that I had enjoyed learning about his classes and was impressed by the teachers. He responded with an enthusiastic, "I know. Every year, I think that my teachers can't be as good as the ones I had last year, but each year they are." His response stuck with me and motivates me to be that teacher for my own students. SOMSD is filled with dedicated, talented staff and educators. Don't lose them. Every child deserves to have amazing teachers and should not have to worry about losing them to nearby districts who do recognize their value. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Amanda Mazzarella.
Hello, I'm Anna Mazzarella. I am a parent, an alumna, a teacher, head rep for Somea. So my pride for the district runs very, very, very deep. And I actually had written something else, and after sitting here through this meeting, which is way past my bedtime, I rewrote my entire thing. So I just wanted to share with you that dozens of my colleagues and I have met here in this room several times years ago to revamp the INRS system, and then again over Zoom during COVID. I continue to serve on my building's INRS team, but nothing has changed. Dozens of my colleagues and I were trained as restorative practices staff trainers years ago by the same consulting firm you're bringing back in as part of what was supposed to be a 3-year rollout and fizzled out in year 2. I sat with my colleagues from all buildings over several days for several hours to align our code of conduct with those restorative practices. And last I heard, we were going to support admin in understanding the decisions that we made from that process. Dozens of my colleagues and I have an institutional memory that not only is no one here sitting aware of, but no one even bothered to ask. So much of the work you are planning to do has already been done by teachers. Exactly. There is a serious and sad disconnect here right now. In addition, now back to my other remarks, there's been zero communication about the III to the 5th grade teachers, none, up until this very moment. Meanwhile, construction has started at South Mountain School, closing off our parking lot, yet we've been informed that we can't park on any of the side streets near the building. So I don't even have anywhere to park, and I'm without a contract. You know what? If my students had to fight as hard as I did, we would undoubtedly earn a score of ineffective in creating an environment of respect and rapport and establishing a culture of learning. Yep. So I'll stop there.
Next poll speaks is from Joe Lucetta.
Hi. I had a speech all set up, but then when I saw the presentation from Dr. Taylor, my class showed up. The AP Calculus is mine, Dr. Taylor. So I ran into somebody on the stairs today at school who it was her last day, and she was leaving for another district for money. And it's probably the 4th or 5th teacher that left this year because of money. I'm 3 years away from retirement, and in my mind, I'm a numbers guy. And in my mind, I think the higher the salary, the average of the highest 3 years becomes your pension. And this is my home. I grew up in Maplewood. I graduated from Jefferson, Maplewood Junior High, that's how old I am, and Columbia. I raised 2 kids, both from Columbia, both went to Columbia and graduated. And I'm actually thinking of going somewhere else for the last 3 years because I get a chance to increase my, I told them. Yeah. So,
They're not gonna find anyone.
I'm just saying, if I'm thinking of going, everybody's thinking of going because this is my home. Yeah. This is where I live. That's all.
Next poll speaks is from Jeff Boney.
Good evening. I'm here because I love teaching. I'm here because I love Columbia High School, and I've been doing a great job here for 22 years. But what's most impressive to me about this place is the people behind me. What's most impressive to me about this place is the passion that they show on a daily basis through all of the turmoil that is a consistent feature, the one consistent feature of my 22 years here. Yep. Columbia High School is a challenging place to teach for a variety of reasons. The leadership within this district has been inconsistent and has been in flux throughout my 22-year tenure. We have had at least 7 principals, 6 superintendents, 6 ELA supervisors, etc. Each period of turmoil has brought loss of institutional memory and corresponding paradigm shifts. Yet our state ranking remains remarkably high. Our AP participation and scores remain near elite. Tenured teachers, alongside dedicated department chairs, deliver high-quality instruction that have overcome these odds and kept us relevant. We are the ones that keep the building standing. We have continually adapted and found ways to deliver high-quality instruction. This school exists in a community that is, quote, progressive and values education, equity, and social justice. These basic values should apply to providing equitable pay for meritorious service, supporting a union which seeks fair compensation relative to neighboring districts falls well within the concept of what should be deemed progressive. The paradigm shifts comes with inadequate professional development and expectations that the district has found, quote unquote, the silver bullet.
So sorry.
We
Thank you
pick
so
up
much.
the
Your
pieces.
2 minutes
Please
are up.
choose to
Thank
build
you. Thank you for
community
your
and
words. Thank
stability.
you.
Time is up.
Pay our teachers.
Our next public speaker is from Zubin Kramer-Guha.
Hi, I am Zubin Kramer-Guha, a South Orange resident. I am a CHS class of 2020 grad and a former captain of the swim team along with the robotics team, and I'm now a sophomore at Yale. I'm speaking today in support of a feasibility study for repairing the CHS pool. I believe that conducting a feasibility study for the CHS pool has little to no downsides. The CHS pool is a valuable resource for both the school and the community as a whole, as our 2 towns have no aquatic facilities that can be used year-round. I think few would disagree that swimming is an important and life-saving skill, and increasing access to swimming lessons for both CHS students and members of the community can only be a good thing. At the same time, I recognize that repairing the pool may be very expensive and ultimately not worth the financial impact on the district at this time. However, having a complete view of the situation is necessary to make an informed decision, and as it stands, it is unclear what the cost of repairing the pool would be. To make a decision on what to do with the pool space before conducting a feasibility study for the pool is to entirely ignore the option of repairing the pool, and would be an inherently flawed decision. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Greg Tuttle.
My name is Greg Tuttle, and I'm a history teacher at Columbia High School. I come today to speak to you about a central issue plaguing our district today, leadership. Do you ask why teachers keep coming to these meetings to seemingly vent? Why do students come to meetings and hold back tears about their favorite teachers leaving, or other opportunities they wish the district provided? Do you ever wonder why there's such a disconnect between the public speak section of the meetings and the agenda items?
Yeah.
It's because the leadership in the district is self-serving, not necessarily in a selfish way, but the board and the district leadership are stuck in a cycle of self-preservation. The board demands results. Central office scurries to meet deadlines and prove progress. But what are we actually left with? Staff, students, and the community who show up and beg to address what's actually important. We want a settling of the contract. We want to keep transportation in-house. And we want other issues that we show up every single month to be addressed. We also want meaningful professional development. Please fund experts relevant to our positions to give us actual content professional development. I don't need to learn how to use an app. I don't need to watch someone play a video of themselves. lecturing us about what dynamic co-teaching looks like. Instead, I want professors from one of the dozens of local universities to come and speak about new research. I want experts in my field to come and talk about the connection between content and careers. I want to feel like you are invested in the quality of our students' education. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Teresa Lee. The next public speaker is from Janine Gouda. Janine Gouda? Guida, so I'm sorry.
I'm Janine Guida. I am almost a lifelong resident of South Orange Maplewood, graduate of the district with Joe Lucetta. I'm a parent of a 7th grader at SOMS and a 31-year employee here. I have had the good fortune of working with 2 of your members and teaching yet another, and the son of a next. When I was hired, people strove to work in South Orange Maplewood School District someday. This was the place to get a job, the example to follow. One had to put in time as a sub to get noticed and maybe get a foot in the door. Now we are hemorrhaging excellent educators and have no replacements, often due to our reputation and low pay. People are leaving because of how poorly they're treated, how little they're valued, and how much more they can earn in other districts. Our educators are in the least in Essex County, and what is said about our district is not good. One colleague left after 1 year because after years in the business sector, they could not believe the situation, had never been treated so poorly, disrespectfully, and the administration, at least in their building, just didn't care. They left, were immediately offered jobs in 2 other districts, and tell me what a joy it is to go to work after a much longer commute to a place where they are respected, a valued member of staff, and make more money right out of the gate. Another left here for a better paying job, resigned in less than a year, saying it was the worst place I've ever worked, and that's saying something because I used to work in South Orange Maplewood. I know from other associations to which I belong that people are warned not to apply here because of the treatment of the staff and the low pay. I know how hard my colleagues work. I see it every day. I know how hard my child's teachers work, and I am grateful beyond words. My colleagues work second jobs daily after school hours, not to thrive, but to survive. And they come in the next day and give 100% and more. Our district has a surplus of funding this year, and all we're asking is to make what our colleagues in the county make, not more. To be on equal footing as the rest of Essex County, to stop our district from being a training ground for teachers who get experience, leave, and go elsewhere, because that's how we're known. Please, please work with the negotiation team for a fair contract.
Thank you very much.
Our next public speaks is from Christy Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Christy Thomas. I am a teacher at Columbia High School, and I'm here tonight to talk about safety and security in the building. Noah came before me and mentioned something similar, so did Lila, so did Max, and I want to echo some of their concerns and add a few new ones. I've been at Columbia for 11 years. I've served under 5 principals, and I want to start by saying these issues have been raised time and time and time again to various faculty meetings and boards and principals, and yet we see no change in our building. There are dozens of entry and exit points in our building that are unmonitored because the manpower simply doesn't exist. We've asked for alarms and mechanisms to help stop propping the doors open, and nothing has come of that. There is simply not enough security, and I know you've all heard about the pepper spraying that happened in our building a couple of weeks ago. Several staff members called for help, and security took several excruciating minutes to arrive. Another fight happened on the 9th of March, and same story. Staff called numerous times for help. It took security several minutes to arrive, while staff waited in horror and watched literal bloodshed unfold in a very scary situation. Even when security arrived, their hands are largely tied, and they can't do much to support the situation that's happening in front of them. We hear about fights so regularly that it becomes commonplace. I think Lila mentioned that it was a quirk of Columbia, which I know is making light of it, but that's not how our building should operate. That's not normal, and that's not an environment where staff and students can feel safe and thrive and learn. It's just not. Students flow into our classrooms and into our building in the hundreds after lunch periods with no IDs to identify who's supposed to be there and who's not. And again, several examples of students have come into our buildings without them being supposed to be there. How many more incidents do we need before some action is taken?
Thank you so much.
Our next public speaker is from Amy Basucci.
Hi, good evening. I'm a Maplewood resident of 25 years. My 2 kids are going through the district. My daughter's in the high school now. My niece and 2 nephews are either in Columbia or also have graduated from it. My extended family has been teaching and learning here since the early 1970s. So to say we're invested is an understatement. This will probably get more personal than I'd like it to be, but I feel these are desperate times. I was asked to come to Columbia in about 2009. I'm a Milken national educator and a varied award-winning teacher, and I was asked to step up and come in and be here, and I gladly did so. I was really proud of that. Once I got a feel for this place, I thought, and I told everybody, I will never teach anywhere else. I'm not sure if I could hold that promise now. So when I was asked then to take on the AP Bio program, something that I was not that familiar with, I'm an ecologist, I put myself through graduate school, not because I had to, not because I wanted an administrative position or to move. I wanted to give my students every single thing I could and to stay current and to do the best I could. I made those sacrifices, as did my children. I was in my 40s and they were little, as did my marriage. So since then, I've gone through a divorce, had to leave my family home. I've had to relocate to a more affordable home. I've been through cancer treatment and surgeries. Never stopped teaching. This was a year before Zoom and Canvas existed, but I was still writing lesson plans and still getting to my students the delivery of the curriculum that they needed. Last year, the virtual year took a huge toll. I teach 3 different courses, all of which I was making brand new lessons every single night while caring for my mother, who lived with me for 11 years. She was dying and on hospice. I still showed up for those students because they were suffering at home, and I was still going to show up.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Don't let
Thank
people
you
like
very
me
much. Your
leave.
2
Thank
minutes
you.
is up. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Curtis Grayson.
Good evening, Dr. Taylor, Board of Education. My name is Curtis Grayson III. This is my 5th year teaching at Columbia High School. I teach art. My concern as far as for us as a union and just as teachers, we're more than just teachers. Myself personally, I'm the advisor for 3 different clubs: the art club, the Dungeons and Dragons club, and also as far as the Alpha Gents. That's at least 65 students that I don't get to work with. These students, we need to work with them and see them, and they look for us as far as for guidance, especially during the traumatic pandemic right now. Students are, for me, they're looking in their eyes and to see that they have to leave school, and I have to kind of dodge them, not tell them what's going on with the adults. And this has been happening where clubs were even going outside to meet during the winter time, standing at my doors. We need to be paid. So Mayor, we do everything, passion. My students see that I give over 1,000% as a parent as well. I have 3 children, 24, 21, and 12, all boys. Coming from, this is my 25th year in education, 5 years here. This is a great place for me to be. I've had offers to go from other places. I want to stay here, but it's making it very hard as far as just getting the salary, just getting to hear from my other educators in other districts close by, not far highways of what they're making, but the passion is here. We try to do everything we can do, and we're not getting compensated at all through as far as Canvas, learning, teaching ourselves, communicating as far as with our own teachers to try to learn new programs and still trying to be upbeat for our children. The main thing is we need to stay focused on a salary. All we want is just a fair salary.
Thank you, Speaker Grayson. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is from Tony Mizaki.
Good evening, Tony Mizaki, Maplewood. Speaking as a resident, former BOE member, chair of the FFT committee, and a member of the Board of School Estimate, who spent years with my colleagues, including some still in the horseshoe today, working tirelessly to approve and implement the long-range facilities plan and the very specific bonding that went with it. Our BOE spent the time, we did the work, we reviewed the plans, and finally and unanimously, surprisingly, moved this district forward on infrastructure issues neglected for decades. While we worked through this plan, we finally built up the district's capital and maintenance reserve so there are funds we can use when roofs cave in, things break. We could not do that before. Some people may now say we can address the pool financially for this or that reason, but we know this. The funds have to be redirected from other needs, about $120 million at least in needs from the architectural audit report that does exist here. We only bonded for half of those needs, as you know, or programmatic pieces, or we take it even from contractual issues that we're hearing about tonight. There are many ramifications to a pivot here, including sending the district back to inaction and possibly the fiscal dark ages from which we came a few years ago. But most upsetting to me is this. We seem to be operating in an age where a BOE that toiled on issues only a year or two prior, then voted unanimously on change and finally moved the district forward after it was chasing its tail for decades while letting buildings crumble, could now be possibly ignored. As is naturally the case, there are new members on the BOE. They get to say, no, let's look at this again and again and again. And instead of passing the baton, the unhealthy cycle could continue. So this is ironically how we found ourselves in this mess in the first place. I don't disagree with anything that was said about the value of the pool. I grew up here swimming in it myself. Shira cut class, she told me earlier. But I beg this BOE and administration not to fall into the same pattern, and let's move forward with the work that was done by all of us. Let's execute this plan once and for all.
Speaker Mizaki. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Gina Priotiasa.
Hello, I'm Gina Priotiasa from South Orange, and I'm on the Leadership Committee for SOMA for Safe Return to School. We're back here tonight to ask that the district lift the mask mandate for pre-K and move to a mask optional policy for this age group. On March 10th, the district announced that its new mask optional policy for K through 12, but it stated that the mask mandate will remain in place for pre-K due to the NJDOH guideline that if a facility has a population of people who are ineligible for vaccination, then masking stays in place as the only other preventative strategy. This is not the guidance from the NJDOH. The guidance states, circumstances in New Jersey have improved to the point where relaxation of universal masking rules in childcare settings can generally occur. In fact, NJDOH has the same guidelines for preschool as it does for K through 12 school settings and does not list vaccination status of students as a factor for keeping the mask mandate. Furthermore, the NJ Department of Families and Services, the organization that oversees early childhood centers in New Jersey, stated in their updated standards that beginning March 7th, masks will no longer be required for staff, children, or visitors in child care centers. Additionally, the CDC is clarifying its guidance. The CDC confirmed that recommendations for masks in K-12 schools and early care and education programs are consistent with recommendations for other community settings. Children ages 2 to 4 have a lower risk of severe disease from COVID, and parents of children in early childhood programs, as well as staff, can make appropriate choices about mask wearing. Within our own district, there are many early childhood centers who have moved to a mask optional policy, 22, and the list is growing. The urgency to adopt a mask optional policy for this age group is great, greater even than for the K-12 population.
Thank you, Speaker Priotasa. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is from Amy Venero.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy. I am the mother of 2 future South Orange Maplewood School District students, and I'm here, like many, to support the teachers' request for fair pay to our neighboring towns. For me, this started with a simple trip downtown to pick up dinner for my family, and it was a bitter cold night, and I saw these teachers marching, and it touched me. It takes a lot to get me emotional, and this brought tears to my eyes, that these people were not home with their families in the warmth. They were outside marching for a very reasonable ask. So I felt compelled to do something to help, even though this is very much out of my comfort zone. So I posted a simple petition on Facebook, and with minimal effort received over 1,400 signatures from residents asking for the same thing, for fair pay for our teachers. So what it comes down to is that we want to retain our teachers. We want to attract new talent to this district, and we ask you to listen to the people behind us. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is from Leah Van Dornick.
Good evening. My name is Leah Van Dornick. I'm a resident of Maplewood, a single parent of 4 students who are in or have gone through this district, and the music teacher at Seth Boyden. You may remember me sharing comments a few months ago about how difficult it is to live in this community on my salary of $57,260 a year while on step 5, despite 12 years of teaching experience. I considered talking about the financial realities of driving my minivan, which has 234,000 miles on it, because I can't afford to add a car payment into my budget, but decided that today I'd like to speak about the issue of safety in our schools instead. Speaking as a parent, I have 2 of my own kids at Columbia. How is it that we still don't know who is entering our high school, or where they are, or how they're entering, or what they're bringing in, or what they're doing at any given time? We already know that weapons resulting in criminal charges are in some students' possession, and that's just our own kids. I worry that my own children may end up in the wrong place at the wrong time. As a teacher, I worry because my colleagues are vulnerable to student-initiated injury and trauma. I see the negative effects this atmosphere has on the mental health of my colleagues and the direct connection to low morale. Let's talk about security personnel. It's a shame that this was outsourced, since in doing so, we lost an entire crew of security folks that knew the students, their rhythms, and were able to keep a finger on the pulse of the student population. Their absence, like every time we decide outsourcing is a good idea, negatively affects the safety and security of both students and staff. It's also very frustrating that any answers to current questions or concerns regarding facilities safety begin with, after construction is completed, but in the meantime, Seth Boyden does not have a working fire alarm system. When we have emergencies at Seth Boyden, one of which was just the other day, we just hope that we hear about it over the PA system. As a music teacher, my room gets loud. I have things like tambourines around. Thankfully, students who are closer to the wall speaker can get my attention.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
That an announcement is being made.
Your 2 minutes has
I
concluded.
hope that
Thank
we
you so
hear
much.
it to keep
Thank you.
safe.
The more I hear, the more I need it. Not fair. Nothing works in this district. We were in other districts, but nothing. Unsecure, not pay, mistreated, not even sitting down at the table. Welcome to our lives. We used to be like, listen to, talk to. Welcome to our lives.
Our next public speaker is from Khadijah White.
The more I listen, the more I'm. Thank you.
Is it a want or is it a need? That is going to haunt me as I leave this room tonight. I don't know how you all decide what is a want or what is need. Does art count as a want or a need? Does music count as a want or a need? Does running or turf fields or football or basketball count as a want or a need? A child drowned. A child from here drowned. And the only reason I've been working on this issue is because a kid drowned. I graduated from this high school. No person had ever drowned that I had heard of in the 20 years since I graduated from here until this pool closed. So is it a want or is it a need? You all came on this board because you said you wanted to make change. You said you were ready for hard decisions. This was never a decision that was made. It was a decision that was passed on and looked over and moved beyond. You have the resources, you have the time. Is it a want or is it a need?
Thank you. We'll now transition to our audio public speaks, Mr. Bonds. And our first audio public speaks is from Karen Roche. No. All right. Our next audio public speaks is from Bert Morris. All right, our next audio public speaks is from Jesse Graham.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes, we
thanks.
can. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Khadijah just spoke eloquently about the safety issues, of course, that we all know around swimming. And the board members spoke, some of the board members spoke about, that this is obviously we need to have more early childhood options for swimming in our community. But I think that swimming is really an equity issue. And we've seen that again and again in our country and around the world, that people of color are not taught to swim in many places, and that swimming can be an exclusive and an exclusionary sport. And we have a really special opportunity in our community, if this can be looked at again, the pool issue, to really step up and show that we are serious about equity and learning in all areas. That this is a learning issue and an education issue that we could take on as a community. I know I grew up in I moved to this community instead of other communities because I think you care about these issues, and we all care about these issues. And I wanted to swim as a kid and really actually saw no opportunities for swim teams, even though I had a lot of privilege. So I just think it's really special that this is an opportunity, and I hope that you will look at it again, and I'll give my time to someone else. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next audio public speaks is from Kristen Pay.
Hello, good evening. Oh, can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Pay. I am a teacher at Seth Boyden, and I am a proud SOMEA member. I am a building health and safety rep, and I am co-chair of the Health and Safety Committee for SOMEA. I have been in this district for almost 10 years, and I am disheartened by the lack of pay and respect that has been shown to my colleagues and myself by the BOE and the district. Our pay, which is $10,000 to $15,000 less than comparable surrounding districts, is downright insulting. Each day, teachers come into the district and give their all to their students in conditions that sometimes are not safe. No working fire alarms, no working lockdown systems. It's not safe, but yet we come in each and every day and we give it our all. And then we are told that there's not enough money for our raises, not enough money to keep transportation in-house. My question is why? There seems to be plenty of money spent on professional developments where the presenters don't show up on time or at all. Plenty of money for professional developments where presenters just show recordings of themselves going over a PowerPoint, telling us nothing that we don't already know. There's enough money to pilot a math program that is not even complete yet, where teachers are scrambling at the last minute to try to get the resources together so that the children are ready to perform on the state tests. There's money for that. It doesn't sound like a lack of money issue. It sounds like a choices and money management issue. All we're asking for is a fair contract and fair pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next audio public speaks is from Zakiya Muhammad. Zakiya Muhammad Stevens.
That name's not on the list.
All right. Our next audio public speaks is from Gregory Fagan. No.
Hello, Gregory, can you hear us? He is unmuted.
I think that's him trying to talk. Is that him with the camera?
Next to the mute button is a down arrow. Can you click on that? And then you may have to change your microphone settings.
How about that?
We can hear you now.
Splendid. Thank you, and sorry for the technical snafu. I just wanted to start off by thanking the teachers here and the ones that have spoken. It's so eloquent to hear them speak about the issues in the district. And yet I'm not here to talk about the teachers. I am here to talk about the pool. I'm here to talk about the opportunity we have to consider relooking at that, at the idea of restoring the pool to its prior function. And I think that it's just, we're approaching the 100th anniversary of the structure. And I think it's just that we have this opportunity to provide stewardship of the infrastructure that was entrusted to us 100 years ago, to provide for the children of our community a facility that allows them to learn to swim, to be safe, to all the people of the community. I mean, the people who were here 100 years ago who created this structure, they're not here anymore. but they had the foresight, the vision to put something on, to put something into that building that gave people opportunities to grow, to learn as team members, to learn life-saving skills. And we're a completely different community than we were then, but we still have this, treasure that we're, looking at it as a line item, and some people said, oh, it's going to cost this much to do. We don't really know. Let's find out. Let's find out for real what it's going to cost, and then make that decision. And let's take the opportunity to do that. That's all we can ask as a community, to give it a fair chance. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next audio public speaks is from Stephanie Rivera.
Right. Hello, my name is Stephanie Rivera, and I teach AP US History and AP US Government and Politics at CHS. I've always admired my colleagues who have dedicated their lives to this district, many who have been here for 15, 20, and even 30 years. And since I started my teaching career here 7 years ago, I've always dreamed of doing the same. However, this is the first year I'm questioning if this is a dream I still want to follow. By staying here, I'm forced to decide if I should choose to be undervalued. I have to decide if I should stay in a situation where I can't afford to start a family of my own, can't pay off my student loans, and can barely afford to pay rent without working a second or third job. There's no doubt that I love this community and my students. This love is why I drove around during remote learning doing over 130 social distant home visits. It's why I wrote over 100 letters of recs just this year alone. Why I've given up my spring breaks for the past 4 years to host AP exam review sessions for my students. And these examples of working outside of contractual hours doesn't even take into account the countless hours we spend at night and weekends planning and grading, because so many of us give up our lunch and prep periods to support our students academically and emotionally during that time instead. My students and the community is what has helped make being undervalued by the board bearable. But there comes a point where bearable just isn't enough. Don't be mistaken, I want to stay here, but if we can't get a contract that gives us the capacity to survive, it is hard to say with confidence that many of us can or will stay. And it breaks my heart just thinking about leaving a community that I consider my second family, a place that has become my home. The students of this community deserve teachers who feel valued and aren't demoralized. An investment in your teachers is an investment in our students. Please make the right decision on Thursday and give us the contract we deserve. Thank you.
That concludes our first public speaks. Dr. Taylor, you got to respond.
Good evening, everyone. And due to the hour of the evening, I'll make my responses brief, more brief than they normally are. Regarding the comments around the question around our pool, I want to thank everyone, including our former board member, Mazaki, who's trying to sneak out the back of the room. Thank you, everyone, because it's one of those conversations that becomes richer with the different opinions and different experiences and different perspectives that are given. It's not an easy choice for our board, but just know as board members that the administration stands by to give you whatever information that you need to make an informed decision. And Mr. Burnside and our bond counsel and others will burn the midnight oil to turn that around for you as soon as we can with whatever you need. The majority of the comments from our SOMEA partners, of course, I can't comment on, but I would definitely acknowledge what we all heard and the ongoing negotiations. There was a specific comment that I did want to respond to. Give me just one moment, please. Regarding the security questions, and today Noah was busy playing baseball, so he couldn't meet with us for our student event today. I hope you guys were successful, but I did meet with Vanessa, and around the security matter, our comments were so organic because One of her first comments reflected Noah's comments around security and wanting enhanced or feeling like you want more security. And almost the second comment was a feeling that children of color were being targeted by security, right? So those two comments speak about the complex balance that this is. And why this is such, one of the persons who spoke about, we've been concerned about security for 10 years, right? And so some of those questions are not easy answers. And I want to make sure that we acknowledge that, and we know that we want, of course, everyone to be comfortable. We want everyone to be safe. We want you to engage in providing that safe environment as well. When you see something, say something. And I'd love to have some more conversations about that. And the board has established an ad hoc security committee that we meet with. And there's an action item on this agenda that speaks to adding to security in our district, but also in a thoughtful way, right? It's not just about hardening our schools. It's more than that. And so just want you to know it's top of mind for me all the time. And just that conversation today spoke about the complexity. That concludes my responses.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our committee reports. We will just come down the horseshoe. We'll start with Board Member Wakefield on personnel, then Board Member Vadamani for finance. And, oh, no, we don't need to do finance because we were all here. We'll do Board Member Bergen for policy, and then
For CNI.
you do have it, Miss Board Member Malaspina. So why don't we start with you on the screen? Let's do that.
Okay, give me a second to get it. Sorry, I didn't know I was going right this second. Okay. So we spoke a lot about a number of different topics. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we.
Oh, good. It was like, sorry, I was getting feedback. We had a grade update from the CHS principal, Dr. Feenfolks, and I am going to say Jamal's name really wrong, and I don't want to, so I'm just going to say Jamal, the STEM supervisor. And we talked about teachers prioritizing learning. We talked about teachers sharing all concepts covered in 2020 and 21 to better prepare for assessments. We talked a little about the Math Strong assessment. Start Strong assessment. We're broken out by test subjects and not by grade level. He broke down the scores a little for us. We had a very good conversation about the Start Strong testing and scores. And then we went on to talk a little about the data we see from those scores, and especially a very good conversation around the idea that our kids are taking advanced level classes. Like we have 6th graders taking 8th grade math, or 7th graders taking 10th grade math. And, how does that affect our scores, and how does that affect the learning that they're seeing? It was a very eye-opening conversation about that, and very good. All of this is in the meeting notes, and since it's late, I'm not going to go into that. We talked a little about what's working. So Mr. Sanchez shared the failure data with us. He shared 4 years of data was shared with us. There were some concerning things within that data, but he shared that Cougar Academy is working, and that the 9th grade class, the humanities class, has been doing very well. We also had some discussions about INRS, and then we looked at the approvals for the curriculum coming up and the field trips coming up, and we talked some about the policies that are on first read and the policies that are second read. And I think I'm trying to be brief, so I'm just going to leave it at that and tell everybody to read the nice agenda and meeting minutes that we have. And I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Any questions for C&I? And thank you again for filling in for Board Member Siders.
No problem.
Okay, I don't see any questions for C&I, so I'm going to move on to Board Member Winkfield for Personnel.
Thank you. The Personnel Committee met Thursday, March 10th. Board members Siders, Wright, and Whitletter were present, along with Dr. Taylor, Ms. Robinson from the district. We reviewed and discussed the personnel approvals to be voted on this evening, including a review of new appointments and separations, salary adjustments, and stipend positions. We spent some time discussing updates around the hiring process for two key positions at for the district. For the Assistant Superintendent of Access and Equity, the hiring process for this position consisted of paper screenings performed by Ms. Robinson and Dr. Taylor, phone screenings and first round of interviews performed by Ms. Robinson, a second round interview with stakeholder groups and representative from ASCA and SOMEA, a final round of interviews, which I had the opportunity to observe with the SLT, which resulted in the submission of two final candidates for the district final interview with the superintendent. The interviews have concluded, and the superintendent has recommended a finalist for our consideration as a board this evening. For the School and Community Safety Director, an expanded search is underway for this position. The district is currently seeking assistance from an outside recruitment consulting firm, HYA, to recruit a wider pool of candidates to meet the unique criteria outlined in our job description. We understand the urgency to fill this role felt on the part of many in the district as well as in the community, but we also feel it's important to take the necessary step of engaging in a more rigorous and wide-scale recruitment process in an effort to work to fill this important role before taking the possible next step to revisit the job description. We look forward to hearing more from the district around this hiring process in the coming weeks and months. We reviewed several policies this month: political activities policy for teaching staff and support staff. Suggested edits were made to policy 3233 and 4233. There was an added note concerning the statute mentioned in the policy. It was suggested that the policy should be reviewed by council to ensure proper wording and compliance with the state statute. The item noted refers to support staff in particular, and the wording quote, employed in a professional education capacity. We were seeking some clarity in terms of how professional education capacity is defined. And that concludes the Personnel Committee report for March.
Thank you. Any questions for personnel? All right, we'll move on to Board Member Bergen and policy.
Thank you. The Policy Committee met on March 8th for almost 3 hours. Ms. Butler joined part of the meeting to answer legal questions. Tonight, we're voting on 5 policies. The first is 0156.1, Board Representatives. This policy made each board member a liaison to a particular school and involved in that school and school community. It is not in Strauss-Esme, and the board has not implemented it because it exceeds the policy and oversight role of a board member, and we're voting to abolish it tonight. The next one is policy 2415.04, Title I District Parental Involvement. It addresses how the district will involve parents under the Title I program. Policy 7436, Drug-Free Workplace. This policy addresses drug use on school grounds and at school functions by anyone, including employees and the public. Policy 8330, Student Records. The reference to the transgender policy was added. And policy 9130, Public Complaints and Grievances. This policy addresses the process for handling complaints from students and parents regarding instructional materials and other issues. We have 7 policies for first read tonight. 1648.11, the Road Forward. The Policy Committee discussed the pandemic Road Forward policy at length. We're proposing to add guidance from local health departments to the definition of an order, and also add local health departments to the list of parties that the superintendent will consult as appropriate. We're proposing to change if appropriate to as appropriate, but not remove it because the superintendent needs the flexibility to act quickly during an emergency, as we saw in December. We are also proposing that the policy state that the superintendent shall revise health and safety protocols as necessary and appropriate to align with revised orders, and orders including local health department guidance. The next one is 2480, Alternative Education, which is on for first read to be abolished. At the recommendation of the C&I committee, the policy is being abolished. It's not a mandatory policy, and it can be reintroduced and updated to reflect the district's need should the board determine that it's necessary in the future. We have two policies on political activities, 3233 and 4233. One is for certificated staff and one is for support staff. And two policies on the use of school facilities that were on the agenda for our special FFT meeting, 7510, use of school facilities, and 7540, joint use of facilities. One option in 7510 is addresses the use of school facilities by a profit-making organization, partisan political activity, or private social function. And so that's something that we need to make a decision about, and you can send any feedback to me on that, and I can also share it with FFT. And the last one is Administration of School Surveys 9560. This policy addresses when the district must get parental consent to survey students, and I believe it's in response to a recent court decision on this topic. We also discussed policy 0167, public participation at board meetings, at length. When board meetings suddenly became virtual in 2020, the district created a process for submitting written public comments before the district had the technological capability for virtual public speaking. Neither written public speaks nor virtual public speaks are in the board policy. Given that the state's public health emergency is officially over, the committee discussed whether it's necessary to continue written public speaks and whether to continue to read public comments into the record. The committee discussed the possibility of creating a written record of public comments if they were not read into the record. The members of the committee had different views on the reading of the written comments into the record. We discussed reading only a representative sample of comments, but we quickly determined that the board shouldn't make decisions on what comments were representative. The committee supported the suggestion of creating an appendix to meeting minutes with written comments. And the district raised concerns about screening comments, given that our practice is not to read comments that disclose private information about students. We also discussed the staffing, privacy, and liability issues involved in creating an appendix of written comments after each public meeting. Since the policy is a bylaw, it falls under the executive committee as well, and the EC discussed it. The executive committee unanimously agreed that tonight would be the last night with written public speaks, because the public health emergency has officially ended and written public speaks was a pandemic accommodation created before the virtual speaking option was established. The virtual speaking option, which did not exist before the pandemic, will continue during both public participation sections of meetings. And of course, the public continues to be able to communicate with the board in writing by email. And finally, we discussed the policy committee's mission statement. It reflects our goals of creating a process to keep policies up to date and also to track when the district has created regulations to implement those policies. Thank you.
Questions for Board Member Bergen? Board Member Malspina.
Board Member Bergen, why, I have a comment more than a question, which is that I'm confused because coming out of the policy committee meeting, it was clear that the majority wanted to keep some form of written public comment available to the public. And I don't understand how we got it just to executive committee without a full discussion with the board, and they made the decision without comment from everyone. Can you explain to me how that's allowed?
Sure, and I also explained this in an email to you, but I'm happy to say it again. This is a policy that falls within the executive committee, so we sort of did it out of order because of the way that our committee meetings happen to fall, and talked about it in the policy committee first. And the district raised issues that I just mentioned about staffing and privacy and liability and screening that I think at the end of the policy meeting I said we would discuss further and determine how to handle. And the reason it doesn't require any vote by the board is because it's not actually, the practice of written public speaks is not actually in the policy right now, so it doesn't need to be voted on by the board to change. It was created as a pandemic accommodation before there was hybrid meetings and the ability to speak through WebEx. And now that we have those and also the ability to speak in public, the executive committee determined that we didn't need to continue the written public speaks.
So this determination was made by the executive committee and not the full board?
Yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Wright.
This is sort of disturbing on a number of levels because we're talking about communicating with the public and the public communicating with us. And to shut down any type of communication shuts down transparency and everything else. And we wonder why people don't trust us as a board. We're limiting that access. You know, we talk about being transparent. We say that we want to hear from people, but we do things that show that that is the complete opposite. So this is disturbing to me in a number of terms. And I say again, why do we even have committees? Nothing comes through them.
Thank you. Any other comments on policy? Questions for Board Member Bergen? All right, that concludes our, what? Oh, sorry, Board Member Whitletter. Apologies.
Sorry, Mike. I was just going to comment that our local municipalities have also gone away with these type of accommodations as far as written public comments and have removed it because it was a COVID accommodation and, you know, it's not needed at this point. So I don't see it as taking away direct communication because people can still email, they can still come physically and still pick up the phone and call. So I just wanted to add that we're not an outlier in this regard.
Board Member Bergen.
I just wanted to add that this change that we're making still gives This change that we are making still gives the public more ways to communicate with us during meetings than existed before the pandemic, because there's the option to participate via WebEx as well as coming into the building.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our committee reports. There we go. All right, we'll now move on to the action portion of the meeting. And based on the superintendent's recommendations, I'd like to move the following. I'd like to make a motion to move resolutions 4271 through 4281 with the following exceptions. 4271C, 4274, letters H as in Harry, I as in Indigo, N as in Nancy, O as in Omar. 4278, exception case number 227479. And then lastly, 4281. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. All right, we're now in discussion for everything in those resolutions minus the ones I just accepted.
Board President Joshua, if you could just repeat the exception
Sure.
for the one, I don't think people were able to pick that
Okay,
up.
so, all right, so the exceptions for, we just
For
moved.
4278.
Okay, 4278, the case number is 227479.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are now in discussion for the items that were not accepted. Any comments or questions? Board Member Wright, I believe this is from a hand from a previous comment. You're muted if you're talking. Okay, if it's not, we can always come back. Any questions or comments on the resolutions that we just moved? All right, seeing none, I'd like to close.
I'm sorry, just want to make sure I'm not voting on something I shouldn't be.
Nope, no. This is all,
Okay.
this is all, I will move those together as one, and you'll know
Thank you.
those are the ones. No problem.
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, I'd like to close discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on 4271 to 4280 with the following exceptions: 4271C, 4274 letters H, I, N, and N and O, and 4278 case number 227479.
4281. And you said 4281 earlier.
And 4281. Well, I didn't, when I just did that, I just took 4, because 8's the last one, so, yeah.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'd now like to move the following to, and this will be, I'm gonna, now, Alyssa, these are those, okay? 4274N, 4271C, and 4281. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now discussing items 4271C, 4274N, and 4281. Any questions or comments? Board Member Wright.
No.
Wait,
You just gotta,
no comments?
I don't have any, no.
Okay, no, I saw your hand up, so I just wanted to be sure. So thank you.
I'm sorry.
No problem. All right. Okay, seeing none, I guess I just want to, as we go into this vote, thank Dr. Taylor for staying focused on this generational crucial integration work. We look, the presentation that we saw this evening is very promising, and we look forward to seeing it in action. And with that, I'll close discussion on those following items. And Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll for 4271C, 4274N as in Nancy, and 4281, this time in reverse order.
Board Member Wright,
No.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
I am recused.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, Ms. Butler, for that case, do I need to table that case for resolution 4278? Yeah.
That it's taken
Okay,
out.
so that's it. All right, got it, great. Okay, so let's move 4278. May I have a- Accept case number 227479. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Any discussion on 4278? Board Member Wright, your hand is up. Is that on purpose?
I think it's the last.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Not just, sorry.
All good.
You know I'm in and out.
Okay.
Did
So,
I just vote no for integration?
yes.
Can I change that? I didn't mean to vote no for integration.
Ms. Butler, can you chime in here?
If the board members want to rescind that vote now and redo it,
Okay.
you can do it. You want to make sure everybody's got to vote.
All right,
I move
Well,
to rescind.
Board Member Malaspina cannot, obviously.
correct. All right.
I move to rescind that vote.
All right, I have a second from from Board Member Winkfield. So now I have to take a vote to rescind and then another vote to revote.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Burnside, I'd like to, can you please call the roll on the motion to rescind the votes just cast for resolutions 4274N, 4271C, and 4281.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Board President Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Abstain.
I'm
He's
accused of
staying on this, yeah.
Okay.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield.
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
I get to say yes?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
All right, I'll now like to make a motion to revote resolutions 4271C, 4274N, and 4281. Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? All right, Mr. Burnside, that was unanimous. Can you please call the roll?
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Winkfield.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board President Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Right, now, I'd like to make now we can just discuss 4278, right? Which I don't know if we really can because it's dealing with HIV, but any comments or questions on 4278?
Can I ask one question, please? Ms. Butler, when the motion was made for 4271 through 4280, except for this case, didn't that pass the rest of them? Because
right.
we voted on
Yeah,
everything
but
but
that
that,
one.
so then everything
Yeah.
else is passed.
So we don't need to vote on that, right? So now we voted,
Right.
okay, so we're not tabling that one, that one
No,
is-
it's just
okay.
that it's identified as that part is not included in the vote for 4278.
Okay, thank you. So then I'd now like to make a motion to move the following for discussion. 4274, letters H, I, N, and O. I have a second. What?
Second.
No, N is fast, sorry. H, I, and O,
Yeah.
my apologies.
Is there an
Let me
and?
restate for the record. Let me, like to make a motion to move 4274, letters H, I, and O for discussion. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. All in favor? All right, Mr. Burnside appears to be unanimous. We're now in discussion for resolutions 4274, H, I, and O. Board Member Malaspina.
Should we do them separately, or do you want me to do each?
I will call the votes separately, but I just moved them all because it's 11:38.
So, I'll start with, I guess, H. Do we want to talk about
Sure,
H
let's
first?
talk, yes, let's go through H first.
Okay, so I have numerous concerns about this budget. This budget doesn't align with the district goals in several ways. The presentation we saw tonight talks about expanding the ninth grade humanities cohort. In CNI, we heard about how successful this program was, and we all expressed our desire to see it expanded, but there is no money added for more staff to make that happen. Why is that? We also keep hearing about how beneficial the Cougar Academy has been to the small number of students we can serve in it, and how our students are failing at rates we have never seen before. But instead of investing more money in expanding a program with a proven track record of success, we have no additional funds allocated to expand the program. Why is that? I also have concerns we're not adding money for more social and emotional supports for our students. Our kids have struggled these last few years, and as an educator in the high school every day, I can tell you that this is the worst I have ever seen it in my almost 25-year career. And at my school, we are not dealing with any of the violence like at CHS. The outbreak of violence at CHS and other schools in the district, the high rate of HIBs, students, including our own BOE reps and teachers tonight, again expressing their concerns about the safety in our schools, all point to the need for more supports for our students. The answer the administration gave at the
Board
board
Member
to the
Mouse, that's 3 questions. I'm going to have to pause you there and let others have an opportunity to ask on this particular resolution, and I can come back to you if there are more. Thank you. Board Member Wright, I see your hand again.
My hand is in perpetuity, just
Okay,
standing.
no problem. I don't want to ignore it, because then the one time I do, then it'll be like you needed it. All
Yeah,
right.
Ms. Malaspina has said everything. Plus, the budget presentation to me was incomplete. I'm just not comfortable with it. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Dr. Taylor, do you want to respond to, or are there any other comments? I don't see any hands right now before we move forward.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, thank you for complimenting those 2 pilots that we launched over the last 2 years. We are excited by them. And in my opinion, we can expand the offerings by using the staff that we already have in place. It's a matter of identifying the expansion that you want, identifying the staff members and their master schedules, and modifying them as such. And that's what we are reviewing now with the master schedulers at Columbia High School. Regarding the social emotional piece, and I did respond during our budget workshop that we have invested quite a bit in the social emotional support of our students, both in personnel and also in programming and design. And I would like to see that come to fruition before we add more layers to it, and to be able to see and measure the effectiveness of it. And those are the responses for those 2 questions.
Dr. Taylor, may I ask you what we're doing with the students that are aging out at Columbia High School in terms of the monies and how we're supporting them?
Should I respond? Yeah, okay.
Please, and then we'll come back to Board Member Malaspina.
Sure. For the students who are aging out, meaning that could encompass a couple of different groups. We mean students who did not have enough credits to graduate on time, or the students who are in the midst of being undercredited and overage for their particular grade levels. Is that what we're talking about?
Both, yes.
So I think that Board Member Malaspina just kind of spoke about it, right? Those programs that she is referencing, especially Cougar Academy, were put in place to support those students who had that type of trajectory by trying to give them smaller class sizes and more intensive supports. I think the same thing with other innovative approaches that we've spoken about in C&I, including some of the lunchtime help and the tutoring partnership that we just embarked on, I believe, at our last board meeting, if not the one before. So there are lots of steps. I could give you more detailed with questions ahead of time, because there's a lot that I'm probably missing just because of the hour and the day. So I definitely, that's a smattering, but there are many, many steps that have been taken.
Yeah, I'd like to see the data on those students and where they are and how old they are and how many credits they
Please,
have.
let me go to Board Member Wright. I'm trying to move things in order and just wait to be recognized before speaking. Let me go back to Board Member Malaspina. Thank you.
So Dr. Taylor just stated that these programs are doing well, and you just use those as examples of why we should has ways to help the children, but we're not expanding them, and I just can't understand why we wouldn't be doing that. I also have trouble supporting how we want to reduce our transportation costs. I'm very concerned about that method. And I had asked previously, and I would like to understand why I haven't gotten a chance to get that yet, for a breakdown on the ed tech budget. I had asked for not only a breakdown of how we're spending our money on ed tech, but the usage fee, the usage numbers, because just because we have a program doesn't mean we're using it properly. And I would love to see those costs, and I mean that usage statistics, and I haven't gotten those yet. Can you tell us when we'll be getting those?
I can definitely check with our IT and CNI department and send a follow-up to the full board on tomorrow on when to expect that information.
Thank you. Board Member Valamani.
Have the numbers of students who are aging out, has that increased year on year?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part. Have the numbers of the students?
We were talking about these programs where, you know, the students are aging out. Has that increased year on year?
I don't have the year-over-year data in front of me. I think that the need for academic support has been really driven by the board's latest hire of a director of guidance a few years ago. So many of the innovative programming that you're seeing, as well as from our academic supervisors in language arts and also social studies, we're seeing them addressing these matters, and also in a proactive way, right? We're trying to catch the students who are entering Columbia High School and already demonstrating deficits. So I couldn't tell you year over year if the number of students who are overaged and undercredited has grown, but I can get the information for you.
Aruna, can I answer sort of a little bit of it for you, if that helps? Can I? It was discussed in CNI, which is that.
You want to add that, or should we ask Dr. Freeman, or how?
I'm not sure if we're staying on topic here. I mean, I don't want to turn this into a CNI meeting, but I
didn't want to. I just
Right.
I'll explain it to Arun later.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? You know, I just want to, especially with respect to 4274H. You know, obviously, this is in line with the presentation we all received last Wednesday and had opportunities to ask questions and follow up. So I just want to make sure if there's anything else before we move forward on that particular vote. Board Member Valamani.
I just want to comment and clarify that the increase in budget has only 1.88% and not 2.9%, as many people have pointed out. And 2.9 is the effective rate because of the loan that we've taken, but the increase in budget is only 1.88. So that's the only comment I want to just clarify and put it out.
Thank you for that. All right, seeing none, close discussion. Mr. Birdside, well, wait, hold on. I can't, if I close it, that means we're done for all of them, right? So let me sort of just move on to resolutions 4274I, and well, why don't we do 42740, since that's also, that's related to the audit. So comments and questions on that?
Yes.
Board Member Board Member Malaspina.
I have yet to see the final audit report, so I don't know how we're voting on a report that I haven't seen the final document of, and I don't know if I just haven't seen it or if the rest of the board hasn't.
Mr. Burnside.
Yeah, it did not change from the draft that we originally had from the last meeting. It stayed the same.
Thank you. All right, any other questions on that before I move on to 4274I? Okay, questions on 4274I? Board Member Malaspina.
Me again, my last question. I have spoken about I have concerns about the contract as it stands right now. We discussed it some in executive session, but I wanted to just voice my concerns again about the contract. And I also want to express my desire that we rethink the job description and the idea of possibly having two people instead of one person, instead of spending the money on this company that is not in charge. They find superintendents and higher level admins and not security heads. So
Thank
that's where I'm
you.
at.
Thank you. Board Member Winkfield.
I just want to express my support for the district taking the step that the Personnel Committee really encouraged them to take, which is to cast a wider net and to find a reputable search firm to be able to assist its efforts. In my experience as an administrator, HYA is probably the most well-known and is going to cast the widest, possibly national net to be able to attract what really truly is a very uniquely qualified candidate for a role like this. I agree with my colleagues that we can't continue down this road forever, but I think that taking this step over the next 60 days to see what is out there and who may be a possible candidate, I think is a really necessary step for us to take before we go back to the drawing board and begin to re-envision this role.
Thank you. Any other comments on 4274I? Board Member Wright.
Yeah, for me, it seems that we're just spinning our wheels. We've been looking for somebody in security for a long time. The same job description was attached for the most part. And here we are. It's like the house is on fire and we're saying, do you smell smoke?
Thank you. All right, seeing none, I'll close discussion on all three. We'll take votes individually. First, Mr. Burnside, please call the roll on Resolution 4274H, which is the preliminary budget, acceptance of the preliminary budget.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now take the vote for 4274I, which is the contract with the not research firm, what do you call it? HYA, search firm. It's a research firm.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And lastly, 42740, which is acceptance of the audit.
I'm sorry, did we want to do N?
42740, acceptance of the audit.
Okay.
We did? No.
Mr. Burnside asked if we wanted to do it.
Oh, no, we've done, N is done already.
Okay.
Yep, just so, sorry.
Board Member Bergen?
Yes.
Board President Joshua?
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina?
No.
Board Member Telesford?
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani?
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Board Member Wright?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That concludes the action portion of the meeting. Now we'll move on to our second public speaks. We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegates, known as public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but not a time for dialogue with the board. Board requests that you state your name and town of residence for the record. We'll set the time limits to 2 minutes for each speaker. We ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we are giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuant to libel or slander charges. And finally, the board encourages all members of our community to pursue the chain of command. All right, Mr. Bonds, I'm going to run through some of those audios that weren't there. Though I guess if they weren't there then, they're not going to be here now. But let's do that first. Excuse me. All right, our first audio public speaks is from Karen Roche.
That name is not present.
Thank you. Our next audio public speaks is from Bert Morris.
Same, that name is not present.
All right, and our next one is from Zachariah Muhammad Stevens.
Same, that's not present as well.
Thank you. We'll now transition over to written public speaks. Okay, all right. Our first written public speaks is from Heather Craven of Maplewood. Dear Dr. Taylor, members of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education, I urge you to consider restoring the swimming pool at Columbia High School while it is still possible to do so. The pool has been a source of pride for the Maplewood community for nearly a century and has provided generations of students of all backgrounds the opportunity to learn and swim together. Rehabilitating the pool may benefit the district financially. The cost of repairing the pool has been estimated at $4.9 million versus $5.9 million to repurpose the space from the 2013 capital plan estimates. Instead of spending $33,000 per season to rent pool space and provide for travel for the swim team, the district might use the renovated pool space to bring in some income from swim lessons, recreation programs, and rentals. Us repurposing 5.9, oh wait, that's like a cut and paste, sorry. More importantly, the CHS swimming pool can give every child in the community the opportunity to learn to swim, potentially life-saving skill that 30% of incoming first-year high school students do not have. Wait, sorry, I lost. Okay, this is an opportunity to create equity, especially for Asian American, Black, and Hispanic students who are statistically less likely than white counterparts to have been taught the skill. And all students who cannot access public pools due to income, summer jobs, etc., can benefit from this opportunity. Renovating the pool will support athletics by allowing the swim team, one of the most diverse in the country, to practice on site, reducing the need for travel and to rent other facilities. The option to provide lifeguard training will support the town pool and generate student employment and income. And the pool itself is a notable asset that may benefit the district by attracting investors and residents. Renovating the swimming pool will offer a strong return on our tax dollars to support for athletics, life-saving skills for students, equity, and financial value. Thank you for investigating this option and considering the future of this asset for our students and community. Again, that was Heather Craven of Maplewood.
So, Board President Joshua, I think you started on line 6.
Oh.
So I'm going to go up and do line 2. But
That's fine.
Next time
And
you can do the
I
one that
got
you
it.
missed. Okay. So this public speaks is from Melanie Cortese of Maplewood. It is so special to have a pool at your own high school in your own town. I never had one growing up and always hoped my own children would when it was time for them to go to school. I moved to Maplewood in 2011 and was so excited about my future children being a part of SOMSD and having access to a great education and so many great resources. I was upset when I heard that the CHS pool was condemned and planned for demo. I hoped so much that the decision would be reconsidered and reevaluated. It sounds like now is that time. Please, please, please reconsider what this incredibly important resource does for our children in the district. To be able to learn how to swim, to be able to train for a great sport like swimming, no other plans for this space could possibly compare to what the pool could provide, and it is already there. There is a way to safely restore and use it. Please think critically about this decision and save our historic pool. That was Melanie Cortese of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Emily Regas of South Orange. Hello all, sorry I'm unable to attend tonight. I am a mom of 2 in this district. Our family has the pleasure of enjoying the South Orange Community Pool in the summer and have paid for private swim lessons for our 2 girls. That privilege and access to life-saving lessons should be available to everyone in our towns. Until this issue was brought to my attention, I didn't know we even had an indoor pool in our area. What an incredible gift. We have the funds to open this pool back up and the creativity to work a wonderful media center somewhere else in the plans. Let's make it happen for all of our kids. Thank you. And that was Emily Regas from South Orange.
Our next public speaks is from Lisa Kearney of Maplewood. I'm writing to request the board revisit the decision to destroy our historic pool. The pool is an important asset to our community and our students in our community and deserves to be carefully restored. Our budget reflects our values in providing access to life-saving swim lessons to all our kids in our community, while restoring a unique and historically significant landmark is in everyone's best interest. Please revisit and reconsider the decision to destroy the pool. That was from Lisa Kearney of Maplewood.
The next written public speaks is from Elizabeth Rohan of Maplewood. Having listened to the past BOE meetings in which the various alternatives for the decrepit, structurally unsound CHS pool were discussed in great detail with the architect and engineering firm years ago, it is deeply disturbing that some members of the BOE and public are trying to revive this discussion and spend millions of dollars on this boondoggle. Swimming lessons are a luxury not required for education, and those supporters can seek other options, such as working with the two towns to offer lessons at our two town pools, or working with an outside pool such as the JFK Aquatic Center in Newark or the YMCA in Livingston. The district needs to focus its efforts on the important things we lack, including a teacher contract with a salary increase to prevent good teachers from resigning and hiring a security director. The situation at CHS is troubling, with fights occurring inside and outside the school and trespassers vandalizing the school even after a beloved student died on unlocked school property after security concerns were raised. There is ample material for a gross negligence lawsuit given all of the actual notice to the district about its security failures. The school buildings are outdated and in need of repair, with no heat in some classrooms and teachers that refuse to work in classrooms due to inadequate ventilation. The Black Parents Workshop says the district has not complied with the terms of its settlement related to equity issues. The rush through suspension moratorium has meant that students still get suspended, but with less transparency and input from administration than before. The district has refused to release data about failing students. This is a very poorly run school district, and there are many more pressing educational issues related to access and equity that need to be addressed, rather than spending millions of dollars on restoring a substandard pool after that issue was thoroughly discussed and rejected years ago. That was from Elizabeth Rohan of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Julie Deschen of South Orange. Can you please advise as to the status of the teacher contract negotiations? Our teachers are the bright lights of this district. Buildings, curriculum, policies, etc. mean absolutely nothing if we first do not have qualified, dedicated teachers to teach. We are a district that has a settlement agreement with an obligation to identify and attract more Black teacher candidates. We claim to be a district that celebrates diversity. Please explain how we truly expect to attract and retain a more diverse teaching staff with our below-market teaching salaries. We are 6 months into the school year, and to hear our teachers still do not have a contract is incredibly disheartening. Our teachers and our kids deserve better. And that was Julie Deschen of South Orange.
Our next public speaks is from Carolyn Calderon of Maplewood. I'm a concerned parent of a 5th grader and would like to offer a perspective from our family about the 6th grade integration decision. I completely support the integration efforts. However, I'm concerned about the real repercussions on my son's mental well-being after these last years of having to deal with the pandemic. Now the mental fear around the breakout of the Ukraine war and the general feeling of uneasiness about the massive changes that are happening around the world. I fear another momentous change, like the 6th grade integration, where there is a real chance that my son's vital circle of friends will be dissipated, will be a final blow that will hurt his already fragile well-being. I cannot imagine we are the only family concerned about the amount of changes our kids are having to endure and their mental well-being. I would like to propose that we postpone the integration by a year to allow our kids to build back a sense of safety, ease, and resilience. And that was Carolyn Calderon of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Karen Harris of Maplewood. Hello, I am writing with questions and thoughts regarding tonight's meeting discussion about the potential to restore the pool and the value it brings to our students and community. What exactly are the current plans for the pool space? Does the plan for repurpose have an academic purpose, an access and equity purpose? Will it be classroom space? Will it add to the curriculum at CHS? If so, what part of the curriculum will be supported? How much will the repurpose cost? Who will directly benefit from these tax dollars being spent? Who will the space serve? Does the plan for the space meet the needs of our students? I am speaking up to bring everyone's focus on the district's mission of access and equity. In my view, the public pool within a public school district model is wonderfully appropriate for our community, and it is exactly the way we can turn these words in our mission into actions. It is our ongoing responsibility to do just that, to give our young people access to learning experiences that give them self-actualization and self-determination, that opens up potential and liberates is our responsibility. Thank you, Karen Harris-Ortiz, Maplewood resident, parent of CHS class of 2016, graduate and parent of CHS senior class 2022.
This is a long one, so I'm going to speed read, but it's from John Sarantakis from Maplewood. Dear board members, our family is opposed to the 11th hour initiative to reopen the CHS pool, which has been closed for 10 years for the following reasons. 1, this is not an environmentally friendly venture. Heating the pool throughout the year will generate untold amounts of greenhouse gases which impact climate change. If we are serious about climate change and its impact to our children's future, then we can't allow projects to proceed which add to the carbon footprint. Doing so sends a hypocritical message to our children and what they are taught with district curriculum. Similarly, the turf initiative was struck down based on similar environmental concerns, so it begs the question, why is this any different from an environmental best practices perspective? 2, the pool structure is small and not Olympic size, and its embedded location with the school precludes widespread community use. Situated deep inside the cavernous and porous structure of the high school, it would require constant monitoring and escorts for visitors and guests, creating a security nightmare and/or opportunities for vandalism. Many students who have gone through the school while the pool was open also state that taking swimming lessons during the middle of the day, especially during the colder months, is not something kids look forward to. In fact, it was avoided. Additionally, we can't ignore the impact of what is now an endemic COVID situation and how that viral spread will be incubated, triggered by indoor pool use, as close physical contact between positive students who are not masked will create a contagion risk for the entire school and broader community. 3, carrying costs for annual staff and operating costs for heat, maintenance, security are misaligned with current financial imperatives such as providing more funding for teacher raises and broadening academic offerings. Where will this money come from, and what services, staff, or other priorities will be eliminated for such frivolous spending objective? The cost in 2014 dollars was estimated at $8 million, which, as we know, is never the full cost when a project is completed, and it's fair to say that amount would have increased anywhere from 50 to 100% after all was said and done. Given today's increased construction costs, supply chain issues, and historic inflation rates, we are probably looking at a base cost probably $15 million, more likely somewhere in the $20 million range. And there's more to read, but that was from John Sarantakis of Maplewood.
Our next public speaker is from Keani White of Maplewood. Swimming was a life-changing, life-saving sport for me as a child. I was unable to participate in running sports, and swimming offered a way towards the confidence that comes from participating in athletics. I went on to become a lifeguard at my university, and discipline required for this role helped me build a strong work ethic and embrace a sense of responsibility towards my community. The CHS pool is an essential resource for all families in our community. That's from Keani White of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Paula Gomez of South Orange. Good evening. I'm here as a district parent to voice my support for restoring the CHS indoor pool. I truly believe we are a community committed to making decisions through the lens of equity and inclusivity, always striving to strike the right balance, even if the road to equity is not always the easiest. I ask the board to please not abandon their commitment to serve all children, including those whose only shot at acquiring the life-saving skill of swimming may be through their high school public education. I urge you to approach the question of restoring the CHS pool with an open mind and a willingness to consider a plan other than the elimination of this valuable and irreplaceable resource. Thank you. That was Paula Gomez.
The next public speaks is from Devyan Guha of South Orange. BOE should look into the feasibility of restoring the CHS pool. This is the best use for pool space because it's the only indoor pool available free of charge to all students in our district. It will provide life-saving lessons for those students who don't know how to swim and do not have access to swimming lessons. The BOE noted in 2013 that 30% of the incoming freshmen do not know how to swim. In 2021, a CHS student died in a drowning. It can provide year-round swimming option for our community during after-school and weekend hours, much like the Y did in the 2000s when my oldest took his first swim lessons there as a kindergartner. Currently, our swim team practices at Morristown Baird 5 days a week. I estimate this costs us over $30,000 per season and costs the swimmers many lost hours in traveling to and back from school. Having them swim in our pool is a good option all around. According to the NFHA's rulebook, NFHS rulebook, there's no rule against competition in 4-lane pools. Just the scoring rules are different. I know this was brought up as an issue in 2013, but currently is not an issue. It's cost effective because the only estimate we have for restoring the pool is from 2013. That estimate puts the pool restoration at $4.9 million and pool repurposing at $5.9 million. Restoration is the more cost-effective solution. The pool does not have structural issues. The pool does have structural issues. However, the structural report said that damaged parts should be reinforced, reconstructed before use. It did not say that it is impossible to preserve. When the BOE voted to repurpose the pool, the reason given was that classrooms were needed to house the growing population. No one listened to any of us who said that it would be nearly impossible to build classrooms in that space. Fast forward to today, the current proposal for the space is for some guidance counselor offices and spillover space for lunch and maybe some after-school club meeting spaces. The space will not be used for classrooms or labs, as the Village Green article mistakenly states. Do not believe that spending $2.9 million for a few offices and spillover space is the best use of funds. The district, unfortunately, did not have pool maintenance costs broken out within the operating budget for CHS. However, in comparing real operating budget numbers for maintenance at CHS, it appears that these costs actually increased after the pool was closed. Therefore, we believe that pool maintenance costs were not too high. In fact, the cost for sending our swim team...
Thank you, Ms. Whitlander, on behalf of the school. Your time is up.
Okay, sorry.
Our next public speaks is from Umran Zia of Maplewood. With masks just being removed after 2 long years, I'm not sure how additional change can help kids or the community at large. The idea is correct, but the timing is off. And that was from Umran Zia of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Emily Konopinski of Maplewood. As a CHS grad, a former SOMSD teacher, and a third-generation resident with a child currently in 1st grade, I ask that the issue of demolishing the CHS pool be fully revisited with the intention to save the pool and reopen to serve the community in a meaningful way to save lives. My cousin died 6 years ago in a drowning accident. It is an all too common occurrence that many people in communities with country clubs and backyard pools and pay swim classes don't know. The opportunity to teach our community to swim before they enter college and post the protection of high school life is a priceless one. We must harness all energies to preserve it. Thank you. That was Emily Konopinski of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Lena Stapleton of Maplewood. In response to world news of COVID surges, I would like to know under what circumstances will masks be required in schools? Is there a threshold per class, per school, in the community, in the state? Would it require an executive order from the governor? Parents would like to know exactly what methods will be used to determine the need to reinstate masks in school. Dr. Taylor, please provide a response. And that was from Lena Stapleton of Maplewood.
Our next public speaks is from Stephanie Nassif Pilato, of Maplewood. Our teachers have had our kids' backs throughout the years before COVID and since under the most grueling circumstances for educators in our times. We owe them a competitive wage, a contract, and with that, a show of respect that goes beyond platitudes. Our star teachers are beginning to consider looking outside the district due to the unwillingness of the BOE and administration to put forth a fair and reasonable contract with wages that compete with neighboring districts. Our teachers are the biggest asset, and to risk losing them over fair wages goes against the self-proclaimed values of our towns. Come to the table and do not leave until our teachers have a contract that shows them how much we value them and their commitment to our kids, and one that allows them to live comfortably in our district. Do it yesterday. And if you fail, understand that you will have contributed to the inevitable exodus of families that value public education. This is a serious business, and you are tasked to rise to the occasion of bettering our district and caring for the future of our kids. The first path forward is a competitive contract for our dear teachers. Now some Stephanie Nassif Pilato of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Melanie Lambert of Maplewood. My comment is moving forward with the rising 6th graders as part of the intentional integration plan. Let me first say this. I am in full support of the intentional integration plan for elementary schools where we all know there is such obvious race and socioeconomic disparity that needs to be addressed. 100% support since numbers don't lie, and this is a deep issue. That said, the race and socioeconomic disparity between SOMS and MMS students is minimal as of your 2020 district presentation. There's an average of only about a 5% differential in races and a 9.6 socioeconomic difference between the two schools. Though ideally there would be no differential, that seems low and presumably they will be, quote, even in 5 years when the present integrated kindergarten class hits 6th grade. That is, of course, the goal. The psychological impact to rising 6th graders if they are separated from their friends they've had in school for 6 years will be a big blow. Even in, quote, normal times, I wouldn't recommend this, but bearing in mind what they've been through these past 2 years with COVID, so many of them are a hot, anxious, and depressed mess, mine included. My 9th grader and all her friends all agree 6th grade was the toughest year emotionally, the most dramatic, the most everything, even more so than entering CHS after a pandemic. Cutting eating disorders and suicide talks, I can promise you, are not rare in 6th grade in Soma. When you enter middle school, you are just starting to be hormonal, you are first experiencing switching periods and using lockers and adjusting to 6 different teacher styles. You are encountering hundreds of new kids, since 3 elementary schools combine at middle school, and find yourself praying some of your old friends are in your classes, or more importantly, in your lunch period to help you navigate and also make new friends. To be clear, if there was a significant racial and socioeconomic disparity at SOMS and MMS, then I get it. Individuals take a hit like that for the greater good because it's important, because it is that important. But what they've already...
Time is up.
Okay, thank you. That was Meredith Lambert of Maplewood.
Next public speaks is from Melanie Geiger of Maplewood. Dear BOE members, I understand the equity and access concerns with respect to pools and swimming. I do not think re-examining the restoration of the Sage Pool is the right way to address these concerns. This was litigated extensively and it was voted on by the BOE. The long-range facilities plan was developed, voted on by the board, and shepherded through the approval process thanks to many people's hard work over several years. To re-examine the pool space would undermine all that hard work. CHS is in desperate need of renovations. Any delay is a disservice to the students and teachers who work in the building. Losing the pool at CHS was disappointing 8 years ago, especially for families with student swimmers such as mine. But we as a community move forward. We should continue on the path of the long-range facilities plan. The work at CHS is overdue. Thank you. And this is from Melanie Geiger of Maplewood.
Our next public speaks is from Liz Gordon of Maplewood. I'm writing to ask that the district please do more to ensure that the students in the ELL program be granted access to the district-run enrichment program Beyond the Bell. In the fall, there wasn't a bus for the Clinton ELL kids who signed up for Beyond the Bell. Rather than force the kids out of the program, some parents, including myself, drove the kids home every week. We were promised a bus for them in the spring, but now we've been told the bus route is too long. So the kids participating in Beyond the Bell can't take the bus. Parent volunteers aren't available to drive the kids home this time around, but parent volunteers driving ELL students home should never have been the solution in the first place. Clinton's incredible ELL teachers have been working tirelessly, searching for ways to get their students home. This also shouldn't be a solution. Elementary kids who take buses to and from school should be provided district transportation home after enrichment. It's additionally infuriating when you consider how many people work so hard so our ELL students get the opportunity to be a part of Beyond the Bell. The ELL teachers, social workers, and Beyond the Bell director secured scholarships for those students who need them and place us in classes that notoriously fill up within minutes online because they know the families can't always translate the website. By not providing a bus, the district is excluding our ELL students from participating in Beyond the Bell. Some kids will miss their classes this week. Please do something so they don't miss out entirely. Thank you. P.S. I also want to thank Kate Farron, Antoinette Gillen, Liz Tabelli, and Barbara Edmond for everything they do for our ELL families at Clinton, and Janelle Delp for truly bending over backwards to make sure our ELL kids are well cared for in Beyond the Bell. And that was from Liz Gordon of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Cheryl Silver of South Orange. As a parent of a Columbia High School senior and an incoming freshman, I'm reaching out to ask that you come to an immediate resolution regarding contract negotiations. Please give the teachers what they deserve. So many of these teachers spend their free time working tirelessly to help our students learn and grow. They should be compensated fairly. We are forever grateful for teachers like Ms. Stephanie Rivera and Ms. Lori Martling, both of whom changed the way my child felt about school. What a tremendous loss it would be if these teachers found work elsewhere. We need these qualified and competent teachers in our district, and we need to pay them what they're worth. That was Cheryl Silver of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Lindsay Schoen Gigante of Maplewood. I am a Maplewood resident and have 2 children at CHS. I am horrified that a discussion of the restoration of the CHS pool is being resurrected almost a decade after the decision was made to decommission the pool for safety reasons and repurpose the space into additional classrooms. This comes just months before much needed work is finally scheduled to begin at CHS. It seems like once again a pet project is being pushed ahead of the district's urgent needs and at the expense of the students. We need to address the achievement gap that still exists at our schools. We need to pay our teachers fairly so we can attract and retain good teachers. We need to keep students and staff safe in school buildings and on school property. We need to hire a security director. We need to fix our schools. Renovating the pool is not a need. After extensive discussions, expert analysis, and community input, including CHS students, the board unanimously voted not to include the pool in the long-range facilities plan. Rather than allocating millions of dollars to try to fix a severely damaged, dangerous, and small-sized luxury item, the board decided to use our limited funds to fix our literally crumbling schools. Any changes now would delay all of the other urgently needed work in the bond. A decision was made. Let's stick to it. I asked the board to reject this request and to move forward with the approved plans. Thank you. And that was from Lindsay Schoen Gigante of Maplewood.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Morgan Hillis of Maplewood. Dear board members, I am a Maplewood resident and I am writing to ask that you not revisit the idea of investing money in a decommissioned pool at Columbia High School. The facilities updates in the long-range facility plan are long overdue, and the district should move forward without delay to provide our students with the safe, updated, and ADA-compliant facilities that they deserve. Conducting yet another study on the viability of salvaging the pool will not only delay this critical work, but may even cause irreparable harm to the community by putting our long-range facility plan and its current funding terms at risk. The main argument for investing in the pool located in the middle of a high school seems to be that equity and access require it. The reality is that our 2 community pools offer much more accessibility for our community members than CHS pool ever can, given its location in the middle of a high school. The students enrolled at Columbia should always have priority use of the spaces within their school, and there needs to be a safe environment and their need for a safe environment necessarily limits when non-student community members can enter the building. The responsibility for providing pools that are accessible to the community lies with the towns. We are fortunate that we already have 2 operational pools in our South Orange Maplewood community, and the needs of our community can actually be addressed best and more immediately by leveraging these existing resources. We already know that the cost of the adjustments needed, waiving fees for families who need it, and providing a retractable cover are a fraction of what South Orange Maplewood School District would have to spend to revamp a pool with limited access by the community. Thank you very much for your work on behalf of our students. I wish you much success as you tackle the many challenges facing the district. Again, that was Morgan Hillis of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Kim Gallagher of Maplewood. Hi, BUE, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I would like to raise a point about the environmental impact of the integration plan. After doing some research, I calculated that this plan will release approximately 261,000 pounds of CO2 into our atmosphere. This calculation is based on the amount of CO2 released per mile, the distance between Maplewood and Sams, and the number of trips to from school multiplied by 180 days of school multiplied by approximately 200 cars making this trip. Can you perform an environmental impact study before you proceed with this plan? Please, we must integrate the environment into this integration plan. Thank you. That was from Kim Gallagher of Maplewood.
Next public speaks is from Teresa Burns of South Orange. Good evening. I've just returned from the NCAA Division III Championships in Indianapolis, where my daughter, Marie Fagan, swam her heart out for her team, Amherst College. She's been swimming competitively since she was 6, starting with the South Orange Dolphins during summers, then joining the Scarlet Elite Swim Club at 11. Her success at Columbia High School as a student, but especially as a swimmer, was pivotal to her being recruited by 5 Division I and Division III teams for college. My son, Evan Fagan, was also a varsity swimmer for CHS, and although he did not pursue college swimming, his years on the team fostered essential skills such as time management, physical and mental stamina, and leadership. Like Marie, he would later be employed as an assistant coach for the South Orange Dolphins, responsible for making kids not only fast in the water, but safe. Evan Evan never had the opportunity to swim in CHS's historic pool, but Marie swam there for her first 2 years at CHS. Practice was easy to get to, the students went after the school day, participation and morale were high. The pool wasn't as big or modern as some of the others in our league, but it was beautiful and it was ours, and the team hosted meets there with pride. In Marie's second year practicing in that historic 4-lane pool, the CHS women had an undefeated season. At the end of that same year, the pool was closed for structural reasons and has not opened since. Swimmers need to get themselves to practice several towns away at an inconvenient hour. Much has already been said about issues of access and equity in swimming. We know that minority children drown at a higher rate than whites. At the CHS pool, swimming and water safety lessons were given to all for many decades, not only keeping kids safe, but also instilling in them a desire to swim competitively. As swim parents, we've noted over the years the scarcity of black swimmers on our opponents' teams. We've been proud to be part of a community that encouraged all kids to build their swimming skills. As a result, there are many outstanding swimmers of color on our summer and high school squads, students who will reap the benefits, financial, educational, mental, and physical, as our children have, of developing those skills. I implore this board to commit the funds necessary to restore the beautiful, architecturally significant, life-saving pool at Columbia High School that inspired so many to accomplish so much in the water. Thank you. Teresa Burns of South Orange.
Our next public speaks is from Kim Collins of South Orange. Our community is special, but also tough in terms of what we ask of our teachers. Combine that with the ongoing lack of a contract, lack of competitive wages, and the collapsing of steps for compensation and advancement, and we are sitting on a volcano that's ready to blow. I implore our district to come to equitable terms with our teachers. They deserve to be compensated fairly in comparison with surrounding districts. Otherwise, we will lose more teachers, and that will be devastating for our kids and eventually for property values. And that's Kim Collins of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Michael Gates of Maplewood. My son, Benjamin Gates, is a 5th grader at Tuscan. Our family is a multiracial family. I am black and my wife is white, and our younger son is black and was adopted at birth. I am strongly in favor of the district's plan to integrate our schools. However, I implore you to please delay this plan until the 2023-2024 school year for the sake of our son's mental health and the mental health of all the 5th grade children in the district. As you are acutely aware, the pandemic has had devastating effects on the mental health of all children. Since the onset of the pandemic, the 2021-2022 school year is the first full academic year that these 5th graders have attended full-time, in person, and thus only now have they had an opportunity to rebuild emotional connections and friendships that were lost during the virtual learning. As you know, the transition from elementary school to middle school is academically and emotionally stressful for all children. To place the added emotional burden of forcing them to attend a middle school in a different town after enduring the trauma and stress of the past 2 years of the pandemic would be unempathetic. On a personal note, my son had been looking forward to walking to MMS and attending middle school with his Tuscan friends. After more than a year of social isolation due to the pandemic, my son has grown close to the kids in our neighborhood during their walk to and from Tuscan each day. These friendships, which grew stronger during the daily walk to school, have been invaluable for his self-esteem and overall mental health. I understand that this integration plan has taken considerable planning for a number of years, but surely the district cannot move forward with this plan and expect the mental health of our rising 6th graders to remain intact. It would be unconscionable to deny these kids of their connections and friendships that have finally been able to rebuild by separating the 5th grade Tuscan class into different middle schools. I implore you to please postpone this integration plan until the 2023-2024 school year. These children have been asked to make many sacrifices and adjust to so many changes beyond their control during the pandemic.
Thanks, Susan. Time's up.
Thank you. Michael Gates of Maplewood.
Next public speaks is from Barry Dunphy of Maplewood. Dr. Taylor, town leaders, local and school health officials, and BOE members. My name is Barry Dunphy, and I'm a mother of 2 little girls in preschool, as well as a member of SOMA for Safe Return to School. My youngest is in the public preschool, and I am writing to ask that the indoor mask mandate for pre-K students be immediately lifted for our district. It is unfair, inconsistent, and unscientific to keep pre-K children masked with no timeline or end date in sight, especially since this age group is developmentally affected by masks the most and is one of the least vulnerable to COVID. For those of you that are not aware of the public pre-K schedule, these children have been grouped together for the past 6 months inside the same classroom. They take off their masks for snack, lunch, and rest nap time, while in the same room together with no outdoor lunch or snack option. As children do, they have gotten different viruses and colds. Also, many 2 to 4-year-olds struggle to wear their mask properly. In short, children in this age demographic are all exposed to each other with or without masking. The urgency to adopt a mask optional policy for this age group is greater even than for the K through 12 population. This is the critical age of development for speech and social and emotional learning. Children, especially those who are on IEPs for speech and language, are being delayed further every day by the inability to see faces and form critical connections in their brains to enable this learning. The continued emphasis on masking for this age group continues to carry a burden onto the social development of children. On March 7th, the state of New Jersey lifted the indoor mask mandate for child care centers. If you are continuing to mandate masks for pre-K only, please be clear that this is your own decision and not mandated by state, national, or global public health authorities. Since Governor Murphy made the announcement, all parents should have the option to mask or not mask their children. The New Jersey Department of Children and Families also revised their guidelines to no longer mandate masks. Since we are currently in a low transmission community per the CDC, please provide what statistics you are using to mandate masks for 2 to 4-year-olds. They should not be singled out as a source and masked indefinitely. Additionally, statistics have shown that their risk level for severe illness is extremely low. I'm aware of the specific time
Time's
limit.
up, Caitlin.
Barry Dunphy of Maplewood.
All right, next public speaks is Brian Dunphy of Maplewood. He looks like he's finishing. My name is Brian Dunphy, father of 2 girls, one in public school, member of Safe Returns to School. Finishing my wife's statement, Barry Dunphy. CDC clearly states when early childhood education programs are making decisions about implementing prevention strategies, they should consider the social and emotional well-being of children and the importance of children's access to learning and care. Keeping a small group of children masked indefinitely is hurting them on a social and emotional level and giving parents of children under 5 no roadmap to normalcy. Several days ago, the CDC confirmed that recommendations for masks in K-12 schools and early childhood education programs are consistent with recommendations for other community settings. Children's ages 2 to 4 have a lower risk of severe disease from COVID, and parents of children in ECE programs as well as ECE staff can make appropriate choices about mask wearing in school settings based on the local recommendations and their personal levels of risk. Notes written by spokesperson Jade Fulci from the CDC. CDC says it'll be updating its website, but clearly pre-K students should not have been left out of this guidance. In terms of our community and preschools, there are already over 22 that have moved. There are already over 22 that have moved to mask optional, including Mickey Free, Village Babies, JCC in April, Little B, South Mountain Nature School, and the Learning Experience in South Orange, to name a few. If the sole argument to mask preschool children in this district is based on vaccination status, then this argument is weak and flawed. In theory, an unvaccinated kindergarten student cannot attend school without a mask, but her unvaccinated preschool sibling, I read that wrong. An unvaccinated kindergarten student can attend school without a mask, but unvaccinated preschool sibling cannot. Our district does not mandate masks for unvaccinated children over the age of 5, and we do not have 100% vaccination compliance. A return to normalcy is urgently needed for all of our children, and the rest of our community has been granted this option. Please, we ask that you not single out this group and not give them a choice to be seen and
Time's
heard.
up.
Thanks. One last sentence. We're not being cavalier about this. We have read the statistics, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Because I messed up. I wanted to give an extra sentence.
The next public speaks is from Joshua Sherman of South Orange. Restoring the pool is of vital importance to the perspectives of equity and safety. I urge the board to take action immediately to save the CHS swimming pool. From the perspective of safety, making sure every graduate of SOMSD can swim is a goal that we should all embrace. Drowning is a leading cause of death for children, and many would be preventable if people knew how to swim and be safe in the water. There are no other year-round pools available in town. From the perspective of equity, it is even more important that we restore our pool and ensure all students have access to qualified swim instruction. Black children are far more likely not to learn to swim than white children. Those without means for swim clubs, the Maplewood pool, and lessons are more likely not to know how to swim. Last, the need for a swim team to travel and rent pool time in other communities makes it impossible for some students to participate and dramatically extends the time commitment by as much as 35 to 40 minutes in each direction for every practice, reducing time for homework, family time, and rest. Of course, all that travel and rentals have high costs for which the community gets no benefit, unlike the cost to maintain a pool that can be used not just by the team, but by the community as well. Thank you. That was Joshua Sherman of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Karina McClard of Maplewood. Teachers have the ability to completely change the trajectory of their students' lives and deserve to have a wage that reflects that. Several of my teachers from this district saved me from dark times without even knowing it by simply teaching me and forcing me to think of things beyond myself. Teachers are more important than any political figure because while those figures have power to do what they want, teachers can teach future leaders to want to do better. I don't know how else to put this other than teachers are the most important people in this world, and without them, we would be nowhere. They deserve fair pay and the respect they have earned. No matter the grade they teach, they have had the highest influence over anyone. I could list so many teachers from this district who changed my life, and I'd only be scratching the surface of all the teachers we are so lucky to have in our district. Give them fair pay. And that was Karina McClard from Maplewood.
Our next public speaker is from Alexander Lopez Perez of Maplewood. Value teacher experience, expertise, and labor. Otherwise, you won't have much teachers to rely on. Support fair contracts. Now from Alexander Lopez Perez of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Christina Lynch of Maplewood. Although I am not able to attend tonight's meeting in person, I want to show my support for our teachers and their right to a contract. That these amazing instructors and mentors to our children are leaving the district because they aren't being compensated fairly or have a contract that is unfathomable to me. I am also ready to show my support for saving the CHS pool. My son graduated in 2020 and swam all 4 years and was captain of the CHS swim team. Sadly, he never experienced practicing or competing in the school's pool as it was closed. My daughter, who is a senior and also on the team, has never been in the pool either. It would be so great for our kids to practice on school grounds immediately after school rather than at 8:30 to 10 p.m. in the evenings wherever they can find available pool time, not to mention having to be driven there. Not only would it be a benefit to the swim team, but what an amazing opportunity for students who don't know how to swim. Not all families have access to pools, even our own community pools. Swimming is such a necessary life skill. I'll end with this. My son's first swim lesson was through the YMCA in the CHS pool as a baby. It would be such a great resource for the community as well, if not limited to only the students. Thank you. That was Christina Lynch of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Laura Ann Nostalenstein of Maplewood. I write as a concerned citizen and parent with regard to the safety of our schools and facilities. What is the status of hiring the new safety officer for the district? We need an expert, and from memory, the superintendent was taking this responsibility in the interim. He has other work to do and isn't a safety expert. That said, what steps are being done to make our high school safe? What has been done to secure the Underhill complex? I run there and see many added cameras, but who's watching the footage? I hope not Superintendent Taylor. That was Laura Ann Nostalenstein of Maplewood.
Our next public speaker is from Lila Setcher of South Orange. I'm a current student at CHS. I'm asking the BOE to take another look at the pool to see if we can restore and save it. The pool has not been used for 9 years, but in that time, nothing has been done to replace the pool or find a suitable alternative. The swim team currently takes the bus 30 minutes away to practice at Morristown from 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Other students not on the team have lost access to swim lessons completely. Please help restore this important resource and bring swimming back to CHS. And now it's from Lila Setcher of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Vanessa Parvin of Maplewood. I have 2 children in the district, and our family supports raising teachers' salaries to be competitive with neighboring districts and allocating district funds to the rehabilitation of the CHS pool. That is from Vanessa Parvin of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Antoinette Geelan of Maplewood. My name is Antoinette Geelan. I'm one of the ESL teachers at Clinton Elementary. I have been working with ESL students for the past 8 years. The worst part of my job is to tell a student they can't participate in after-school events. For a district that prides itself on equity, it is extremely inequitable for students to be denied the opportunity to participate in after-school activities due to something out of their control. They have to go to Clinton for ESL services, and it is not fair that they are robbed of this opportunity due to busing issues. We already have buses for those 2 days and are willing to accommodate bus drivers by getting students 15 minutes earlier. Our students and parents are disappointed with this decision. And this is from Antoinette Geelan of Maplewood.
Our next public speaker is from Lauren Torno of Maplewood. Hi, my name is Lauren Torno, Columbia High School class of 1999. My father and uncle swam in the Columbia High School pool in the 50s and 60s. I took lessons there, taught lessons there, and trained and competed with the varsity swim team there in the 90s. My toddler doesn't know it yet, but she will be a member of the Columbia High School swim team, class of 2037. The Columbia High School pool is a special place, part of the original Gothic Revival building, and has the potential to be restored to its former beauty. Having an on-site pool means the swim team can spend more time training and less time commuting to an off-site facility. More importantly, the pool plays a critical role in teaching the kids of our district an important life and safety skill. Because of America's history of segregation and discrimination at swimming pools, disparities in swimming proficiency continue to exist today, and the Columbia High School pool plays an important role in closing that swimming achievement gap in our community. I would be curious to know the costs associated with restoring versus repurposing the pool, and if outside funding would be needed for restoration. Again, that was Lauren Turner of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Mia White of South Orange. As is widely known, the U.S. has a long and ugly history of spatial segregation. This included pool segregation with consequences for how children of color engaged with the water and with the freedom which comes from swimming. Please do not choose to ignore this history simply because it's complicated. Please consider a reassessment of costs and a public conversation about choice for our community. Do not allow this to become a further wedge in our town. Thank you for enabling participation and engagement. Thank you. That was Mia White of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Alnisa Salam of Maplewood. All children should have access to the same amenities. Swimming is a life skill that should be afforded to all. The pool is in place already and should receive the proper maintenance to sustain it for the next 100 years. That is from Alnisa Salam of Maplewood.
Our last public speaks is from Dylan Herbert of Maplewood. It's unfair to expect teachers within our district to perform at such a high level while seeing other teachers in surrounding districts get more money, better contracts, and flexible hours. There are much better ways to reward these amazing people who are doing work none of us could even imagine. And we need to start now, or else there will be no one left to help your kids, your neighbors' kids, or your friends' kids. And that was Dylan Herbert of Maplewood. And that concludes our second public speaks. Dr. Taylor, can I respond?
So I think that the board heard a repeat of many of the same topics, but one topic that was mentioned that was not mentioned previously is the ESL after school bus. And we'll put something in your Friday packet with a memo about that. I'm well aware of what has occurred there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, since we've closed sections, we'll now move on to new business. Does anybody have any new business for this morning? Seeing none, I'd like to close new business and then make the following motions. The Board of Education will meet in closed session Monday, April 22nd at 6:30 p.m. in the Superintendent's office, 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using the online video conference platform to discuss personnel, legal issues, negotiations, and other matters to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Ed will meet in public session, 7:30 in the district meeting room, 525 Academy Street, New Jersey, in person, and also using the online video conference platform, which will include hearings of individuals and delegates. Action will be taken. The Board of Education will also meet in public session Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, 6:30 p.m. for a special CNI update. And that will be a virtual platform, online video conference platform. And immediately following that meeting, the board will adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel and legal matters and others to be discussed at a later date. That'll also be held in a virtual format on the online platform. Action may be taken. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? That's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Make a motion to adjourn this meeting at 12:44 a.m. Tuesday, March 22nd. Have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Whitletter. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you all. Be safe. Have a good day, and see some of you later at the groundbreaking. Have a wonderful day. Thanks.
Integration plan is approved.